Hello and welcome to the channel. As always, like the video, and if you enjoyed the story, leave a comment on if you would want more. This fanfiction was not created by me, but in the description there is a link to the fanfic so you can show your support to the creator and read along. Without any more delay, let's dive into the story.
So what do we know about Himoko Kakuriti? Aizawa asked. It was just the four of them today. Sir Night-Eye, Mirio, Yagi and himself. Midnight would never be with them again, and it was better for everyone if Bakugo stayed away. His actions were being scrutinized and no one was sure if the police would issue a warrant for his arrest. They should. They really should. He had killed Mustard and most likely let Midnight die, but no one was entirely sure what had gone down. From the cause of death for Midnight and the damage to the street, they knew Dabi had been there, but there were only so many working theories about what had happened, and Katsuki was laying low. They were still curious to know how he had tracked Mustard. That wasn't important now. He definitely has ties to the League, Sir Night-Eye said. But you can't prove it, Aizawa added. The former pro hero didn't look pleased. I can't prove it either, which is why I accepted Katsuki's theory about Himoko being Izuku. Are we sure about that? Sir Night-Eye asked. Beyond looks, there was very little to connect the two. Himoko had perfect records. He had school records, all the way back to preschool, and he had an online footprint. When someone created a false identity, they usually weren't that thorough. They did the official paperwork, and some rough attempts of online accounts, but nothing with that much depth. No, Aizawa admitted. He was thinking about Himoko's reaction at Inko Midoriya's death. The representative had been shocked, had been saddened, but it was not the reaction of a son losing a mother. Though he could be one to just keep his emotions to himself. Or All For One might have removed his memory, or emotions. There were a lot of possibilities. It's possible, Toshinori said softly. You indicated All For One could have done it, Sir Night-Eye said, remembering their previous conversation about this. More than that, the former number one hero said. Something Himoko said once, he murmured. Aizawa frowned. He wasn't aware that Yagi had met with Himoko, except for that one time, with him. When we saw him, he asked carefully, fishing to see if that was the time. He couldn't remember anything incriminating, which had been incredibly frustrating at the time. Yagi nodded. It's not so much what he said, but the way he said it. Do you remember, Aizawa, we asked Kakuriti if he had ever thought about being a hero? The underground hero, reintegrated as a private investigator, nodded. Toshinori shuddered, and then braced himself. He gave me a look when he answered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But his answer was something I told Izuku. Shoyuta groaned. He remembered what Himoko had said. You are the hero who taught him a lesson? He demanded. If Himoko was Izuku, then probably. What did you tell him? Mirio asked. Izuku was quirkless. He asked me if it was possible to be a hero without a quirk, Yagi admitted. I told him that without a suitable quirk, it would be too dangerous. The former number one hero hung his head. That is logical, Sir Night-Eye said. Aizawa groaned again. You really don't know what it's like to be quirkless, do you? He asked, ignoring the irony of his question. Toshinori winced at the question. What? Sir Night-Eye demanded. You really don't know what it's like to be quirkless, Aizawa said again. How dare you? The former hero snarled. Mirio didn't know where to look. You are quirkless, Aizawa agreed with the unspoken statement, but everyone knows you had a quirk. Everyone knows who you are, thus you don't really know. And you do? No. Shoyuta wasn't stupid. He could imagine, but he'd never know. Quirkless rights had gotten better recently, but he knew they hadn't been good. Kakuriti was one of the driving forces behind the improvement. Another piece of circumstantial evidence tying Kakuriti to Midoriya. Have you ever researched Izuku Midoriya? He asked. He had. After Katsuki told him who Imoku was, he had of course researched Izuku, though Bokuga's story had given Aizawa a fair understanding of what the quirkless lad had gone through. Of course not, Sir Night-Eye relied. Maybe you should, Shoyuta said. Izuku was quirkless. He was bullied and belittled, yet all he wanted to do was help people, the former underground hero told his companion. He wanted to be a hero. Not number one, just a hero, yet everyone told him no, he couldn't, not without a quirk. Now imagine what would happen if the number one hero told him the same thing? It was perhaps merciless to lay it out like that, but there was no other way of saying it. Yagi looked stricken, but even with the expression, Aizawa knew he'd thought about this before. Sir Night-Eye's lips pressed into a tight line. He was thinking about it and not liking the conclusions he was drawing. I left Izuku on a roof, Toshinori said. There is no record of him ever leaving that roof, he added. So, Mirio said slowly. You think All for One spoke to him there? Kurogiri could have gotten them off the roof easily, he added. If Imoku was Izuku, then that is possible. How did he know to approach Izuku? Sir Night-Eye asked. There was no answer to that. Could he have been in contact with Izuku previously? Mirio asked. Then Izuku contacted him on the roof. Izuku's phone wasn't used, Aizawa pointed out, but he acknowledged the boy could have been carrying another phone. Are we sure of that? Toshinori asked. Imoku encouraged investigations into Izuku's disappearance. He wouldn't have done that if he knew he was going to be exposed. Could he have corrupted the evidence? Sir Night-Eye jerked back. Yagi's question was obvious and he hadn't considered it. Why would Representative Kakaridi back investigations into his own disappearance if there was any risk of exposure? I think we have to conclude that even if there is evidence at the point of Izuku's disappearance, it has been corrupted, the retired hero said. Especially since we have the person acknowledged to have last seen Izuku. Possibly, though your original question has merit, Yagi said. Why did, or how did, All for One know to speak to Izuku? So you think Izuku was Imoku? I like that possibility better than one of the other options. Toshinori seemed tired. Of everyone here, he was the most cognizant of the evil All for One represented. He knew the depths the man would sink to, the lines he would not even know he was crossing because for him, they never existed. Such as? Mirio asked. That all of this is simply a ploy to waste our time and resources. That Izuku Midoriya was killed on that roof, and Imoku Kakaridi was merely adjusted to have a resemblance. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Aizawa demanded. Why would anyone adjust someone to look like an aged-up 14-year-old? The theory that Imoku was Izuku was far more likely, but if they wanted to get creative, then he could get creative. Both Yagi and Sir Night-Eye gave him a look. Neither of them thought it was beyond the realm of possibility. If you are going to be that paranoid, are you sure he's dead? The former underground hero snapped. I'm sure he's dead, Toshinori said. He'd used up quite a few favors to have the corpse checked. All for One was dead. One for All had succeeded, and not through combat. You're sure? When Imoku visited Tartarus a few weeks before he died, and the last word he said was Izuku? What? Mirio demanded. Sir Night-Eye's eyes narrowed as he examined Aizawa, and then he broke out in a sweat. You mean it, don't you? About his last word? He barely whispered the question. Yagi was gripping the arms of his chair so strongly his bones creaked. I do, Aizawa confirmed. Bakugo told me, but I confirmed it. The guards inform anyone who asks that his last word was Izuku. What are you suggesting? Toshinori asked softly, fighting the nausea that was threatening to make him lose the little food he managed to keep down. You are the ones who told me All for One experimented with immortality. His body wasn't in good condition, so let's say he found another way, a way of preserving his mind, and Imoku was his host. That's not possible. Mirio objected. No one shushed him. They didn't know if it was possible or not. You mean to tell me, we might be facing him? That Imoku was him. I'm not saying that, Aizawa said, waving one hand. I'm saying if you want to get creative with theories, then you might as well get creative. So what do you believe? Mirio asked before his mentors could snap. I think Imoku was Izuku. I think All for One is dead. Imoku visited Tartarus but never went near him. Those records are public and there was no change in personality after his death, indicating a new controlling mind, Shoyuta explained. To the inexperienced, Sir Nightai's expression didn't change, but Aizawa could see that he relaxed slightly. He really had been taking his suggestions seriously. But as I told Bakugo when he informed me of the relationship between Imoku and Izuku, it doesn't matter. We are not here to stop Izuku, we are here to stop Imoku. Know your enemy, Yagi said. While I agree we are after Imoku, if we know Izuku then we may be able to predict what he wants. So what does he want? Mirio asked. The League already has their goal. They wanted heroes gone and there are no longer heroes. That brought silence to the table. Izuku said he wanted to be a hero, Toshinori said finally. He had thought about the way the boy looked more than once. There had been something haunting about his eyes, and the way his mother keep up hope. Until now, when she was gone. Yes, and if we assume he joined the League then he'd want to destroy heroes, and to a large extent he has. Then now, he's simply trying to maintain the status, Aizawa said with a shrug before he nodded towards Mirio. He represents the push to reinstate heroes, but Imoku is keeping that movement contained and controlled. It was almost admirable the way the politician was controlling events. It was skillful, but it wasn't in the public's best interest. That means he's also controlling the League, Sir Nighteye said. Maybe that's what we need to focus on, getting the League to be more active so that the movement can't be contained, he suggested. What? Yagi demanded. The quirkless former hero grimaced. Not like that, he defended his position. What I mean is we need to figure out why they aren't active. They are active, Aizawa pointed out. They had ample evidence of that. Not active in the public eye. And perhaps that's a way of getting the message out there. How? Toshinori asked. Imoku based many of his speeches on the effects of language. How using the word villain made crimes all the more bad. It's not true, of course. Crime rates haven't really changed. Insurance rate have, but crime rates haven't. So we use that. Mirio uses that. He points out those stats that I'm sure Imoku would rather not be highlighted. Except no one is listening, Aizawa said pessimistically. Mirio was embarrassed but didn't try to deny it. Then we support him, Sir Nighteye said, looking at Yagi. The former number one hero sighed, before he nodded. Imoku knows what we are doing, so there is no point in hiding. I'll see who else will endorse you, he added. Mirio nodded, but he was frowning. Why can't we just prove that Imoku was Izuku? It wouldn't be that hard. Shoyuta raised one eyebrow and was thankful that Mirio blushed. He knew what that expression meant. How? He asked with deceptive gentleness. DNA testing? And I could get the sample in a day or so, Aizawa admitted. We could then have it tested against Izuku's birth blood sample, and then we'd all go to jail. What? Mirio demanded. Sir Nighteye nodded, backing up Aizawa's assessment. Wrongful theft of biological material, he explained. Unauthorized access to pediatric records, libel and slander. Mirio paled. Before quirks appeared, those tactics might have worked, but protection of DNA was one of the changes that had been very strongly supported after quirks came into existence. It was part of a futile effort to stop experimentation on humans. The experimentation was mostly dealt with in other ways, but the laws remained. And depending on how he wanted to play it, he'd publicly have another test, which would come up false, or he'd have it come up true, and then play the victim. Aizawa summarized what he'd told Katsuki. Mirio nodded, and in that action he withdrew his suggestion. At least he didn't even suggest that Imoko might admit to being Izuku somehow. We have a lot of circumstantial evidence, Yagi said. Should we just release that? To what goal? Sir Night-Eye asked. Disruption, Toshinori admitted. They had their whole goal, but they didn't yet have the means to achieve it. While he is distracted dealing with the rumors, he isn't stopping us. He's not doing much to stop us at the moment, and hoping that rumors keep him from controlling the league is not going to work, Sir Night-Eye said. There had been times over the years when Imoko had been deep in political maneuvering. He couldn't have been controlling the league then. That's what Dabi was for. Why don't we see if we can get Dabi arrested, he suggested. It's probably not possible, Aizawa said softly. You heard what happened with Midnight? He asked. Sir Night-Eye nodded. Dabi's knows Katsuki is hunting the league, and he's probably buried himself in whatever hole he's been in for the last 10 years. He can't be that well hidden. Mirio objected. Shoyuta looked at the young man. Dabi could be that well hidden. He, and the rest of the league had been avoiding Bakugo for a long time. They had practice at remaining hidden. The only reason we are finding them now is luck, persistence, and some very long-term undercover work. Katsuki is doggedly determined, Aizawa summarized. He wouldn't tell them everything, but they had to appreciate the amount of work going into this. He'd been working on his wall for years as well. Every piece of evidence there was meticulously collected. The enemy was smart. Those were the most dangerous kind. Katsuki is actually the closer to Dabi than all of us, Shoyuta sighed. How? Sir Night-Eye asked. The fighting rings, Aizawa reminded them. He's got a title fight soon. Yagi nodded. Keep us informed, he said before looking at Mirio. For the moment, it's probably best if you ignore Kakuriti, he continued. I'll get a group together to endorse you, which should raise your profile. I think we are focused on the wrong thing here, he added with a heavy sigh. What do you mean? Mirio asked. We are trying to work out a way of discrediting Kakuriti. We probably can't. Even if we do find something, the polls have him very much ahead in his electorate, and it's too late for a newcomer to nominate. So, we can't turn his electorate against him, which means we need to focus on getting you into parliament so that you can argue against him there. Then we will have more time. We can discredit him over the period of the next term. All Might tactfully didn't mention that Kakuriti would have the same time to discredit them, and that even once they did get Mirio into the House of Representatives, Kakuriti had the history and contacts there. Change was going to be hard, but nothing worthwhile was easy. They had to persist. It was eerily reminiscent of the time he was chasing All for One. The man was diabolical, and it always seemed as if the villain had the upper hand. Even when they were fighting, he maintained an air of superiority, even in Tartarus. Yagi grimaced at the memory. The gesture did not go unnoticed. What is it? Sir Night-Eye asked. I only ever visited All for One a few times in Tartarus. The man was cut off from everything. News, science, information, entertainment, but I guess the guards told him enough. Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa nodded. They knew what Tartarus was like, and they knew the conditions All for One had been kept in. He was constantly monitored and constrained. He could barely move for himself. It was a hell that had driven many of the prisoners mad. By all reports, All for One was not one of them. He was always smug and pleased, but there was one time when Toshinori paused, remembering his nemesis. With the memory of meeting Imoko in his office, and what the politician had said, All for One's words took a new meaning. The connection was there, he was sure of it. Even missing half his head, even in Tartarus, the man had given off a dangerous air. The guards all commented and were frequently changed. They did not want any of them influenced. All for One was confident. Captured and imprisoned in a state-of-the-art prison, one of the best in the world. Because on keeping dangerous quirk criminals secure, the governments of the world cooperated, yet he was still confident. But that one time, he had been different. Yagi hadn't been able to spot it at first, it was only on consideration had he recognized the differences. All for One had been almost jubilant. Yagi sighed. Right as I was leaving, he turned to me, he explained. And he said thank you. The others didn't think anything of it. Toshinori shook his head. All for One is not a man who thanks anyone, he clarified. He meant it that time. What was he thanking you for? Aizawa asked. I asked, but he shook his head and just repeated it. He said, thank you for giving me everything. I thought he meant Tomura. He had spoken about him before. But what if he meant Izuku? It was a sobering thought because while the League had been causing trouble, were still causing trouble, they alone couldn't have changed the laws. Imoka had done that. Granted, he hadn't been alone, he was an independent, and had to get the government to approve the changes, but he had been the one to propose them, and now he was the one who was maintaining the new status quo. You think he did? Mirio asked. I do, Yagi admitted, biting his lip. And that makes it all my fault, he added, feeling a stab run through him that had nothing to do with physical pain. All this time, he had been happy that All for One was gone, but the man had anticipated that already. Given that heroes were no more, who had really won? The battle, Toshinori reminded himself. The battle, not the war. All for One wouldn't win the war. He was still here. One for All was still here. They still had a chance to win the war. I've spoken about fault with Mirio, Sir Night said in a long-suffering tone. Did you know that All for One was watching Izuku? Or yourself? No. Then it cannot be your fault. You didn't know what would happen if the rooftop is the place where things happened. You couldn't have known. Imoko has made his choices, and those are not your fault. I could have told him something different. How hypocritical was I? I should have known how bad being quirkless was. I did know. Shoyuta shook his head. How about instead of blaming ourselves, we look focus on how to fix the problem? He asked sharply. He had to head off this guild session before it began. That would be wise, Sir Night indicated, now knowing who to look at. Yagi took a deep breath and sighed. Let's focus on getting Mirio into the House of Representatives, he clarified the problem. I still have some popularity, so I will endorse Mirio. Don't say anything against Kakaridi, Aizawa warned. I won't, Toshinori agreed. Saying anything against Kakaridi without a lot of proof would be suicide and would probably take Mirio down with them. Not that Kakaridi wasn't already attempting that, probably. I will keep looking into the finances of his companies, Sir Night said. I've got a few things anyway. Follow the money, Mirio said. Indeed. If he has siphoned money to the League, then something will not add up. I will keep investigating him, Aizawa said. I'll focus again on his mother. Sir Night and Yagi nodded. As Kakaridi's supposedly only living relative, she would be in on the plan, and she could a weakness. I'll keep attempting to give popular speeches, Mirio said in a tone that said he definitely thought he had the short end of the stick. They laughed, but they all knew this job was serious. They had to find something. Or the age of heroes ended with them. A fop. Yagi collapsed onto his couch. He was almost over the top of it, curving his back as he stretched. Over the years, Toshinori had become very good at managing his stamina. After his first battle with All for One, it hadn't been too bad. He could still rely on One for All, but after he had passed on his quirk, he had relearned the limits of his stamina, and after Kamino, he'd had to learn them yet again. Over time, though, he had gotten used to it and had learned to conserve his stamina for the important things. He never cleaned his house. He had people for that. He rarely cooked, instead he relied on high-calorie mixes he could sip throughout the day. Yagi knew he was lucky. His income as a hero allowed him to live comfortably now, and he did get some money from the government still, for services rendered. Even so, days like today were tiring. Toshinori had alternately sat and stood to support Mirio as he gave several public speeches on the campaign trail. He'd been a part of candidate Tagata's entourage. It was an interesting position. A lot of people overlooked him until Mirio introduced him. Then, Toshinori felt somewhat bad for Mirio. He became the center of attention. But the message was getting out there. He'd only been to a few of Mirio's events, but the first opinion poll, which had come out today, had shown a definite pickup with Mirio's polling. Which was the entire reason he was out there, so as tired as Yagi was, he thought a time well spent. His lounge was arranged as a speaking area, with two leather couches facing each other, separated by a coffee table. There was a recliner off to the side, overlooking the garden, and Toshinori liked to sit there when he could just watching the greenery. He could move things in the lounge easily enough if he wanted to watch television, but often he didn't bother. There wasn't much news that made him happy. It was only belatedly that Yagi realized he wasn't alone. He sat up slowly, trying to work out how many others were here without being obvious about it. It had been years since he had needed to be so spatially aware. "You can look," a voice told him. Yagi avoiding snapping his eyes to the speaker, but he used his ears instead. By the sounds of things, the speaker was sitting on the other couch. Toshinori pulled himself into an upright position and then looked over. He avoided the startled exclamation only through years of control. Imoko Kakuriti was sitting there, with an oddly smug smile. Toshinori blinked. The representative didn't disappear, and he gave a small jolt of laughter indicating that he knew exactly why Yagi had blinked. He glanced around his lounge without taking his eyes off Kakuriti. Dabi was leaning against the door frame to the kitchen. Kurojiri was standing behind Imoku, and Spinner was on the other side. There was someone behind him. Toshinori assumed it was Toga. This was not a social call. Oddly, he wasn't afraid. Imoku smiled at him. "Given who you are, and how long the League has fought against you, I thought it appropriate that everyone came." "Everyone?" Toshinori asked, settling himself more comfortably. The representative nodded. "My commanders," he said. And something huge and hulking came into the room. Yagi didn't recognize it exactly, but he knew what it was. "You still have them," he couldn't help but gasp. The politician sked. "That makes the Numu sound like they are just a manufactured thing. Have some respect for them. This is high-end. He wanted to meet you." "Fight now?" The huge creature growled the question. Toshinori was shocked. None of the other Numu had ever said anything. This one hadn't said anything while it was captured. "Not this one. This one is now weak," Imoka said, looking at the creature. "Want fight?" Hien said. "Like Giganta." Giganta was the way Hien referred to Gigantomachia. The two had fought years back when the huge man had confronted the League. Imoko had tried to explain that he was not a combat leader, but Gigantomachia hadn't considered him a worthy successor to All for One. Hien had protected Imoku and had enjoyed the fight immensely. Imoku smiled. "You can fight his successor." The Numu looked at Imoku, and then back to Toshinori. He tensed, even though he couldn't do much against the hulking brute. "I promise," Imoku added in a soft tone. The Numu relaxed and then nodded before moving back so that it was standing near the wall. Yagi didn't shudder, but it was a close thing. "You know?" He whispered the question. He still wasn't afraid, but he knew he had to get out of here. Somehow. "I know about All for One," Imoka said. Ingrained in his words was the knowledge that he knew about One for All as well. The rest of the League members just watched. It confirmed to Yagi that Imoku was their leader and he knew what they were here for. How he could turn it against them, though, was something he was still trying to work out. If he attempted to get his phone, Imoku would notice. There was security on his door, but with the warp villain here, Toshinori was positive the League had not left any sign there. How was he going to get out of this, or at the very least get word out? There had to be a way. No questions? No demands? Imoko prompted with an expectant air. Toshinori looked back. You are the ones who invited yourselves, he pointed out. If you want, I'll be a good host and get you some tea, he offered, but made no attempt to stand. He already knew how the offer would be taken. We wouldn't want to impose, Kakaridi said coldly. He also knew that the offer was a blatant attempt to be alone for a few moments. They sized each other up. Imoku appeared comfortable. Yagi hoped he appeared the same. The silence stretched. So why have you come? Toshinori asked into the silence. Imoko leaned forward slightly. For every action, there is a reaction. I trust you know which action has caused this? The former number 1 hero tried to think. There was nothing obvious. He wasn't in charge of investigating Imoku's past, that was Aizawa. He wasn't looking into his businesses either. That was Sir Night-Eye. They would both do a better job. He was in charge of supporting Mirio. Are you that desperate to keep him out of the House of Representatives? Toshinori blurted. Imoka leaned back again, hooking one elbow over the back of the couch. His presence would change nothing, but would add complications that I feel are best dealt with preemptively. Yagi gave the politician a disbelieving look. He arched one eyebrow. In non-politician speak, he prodded, as an idea came to him. His house was wired. Alexa could record things and send it to Sir Night-Eye or the police. They could catch Imoka here and now in the presence of the League. The representative sighed. Mirio could campaign all he wanted to bring back heroes, but it won't work. The benefits have become clear to the government over the last few years. It will most likely be a new government, Toshinori pointed out while trying to think how to activate Alexa. He glanced at the other League members. They were still patient. Dabi was near the speaker. True, Imoko conceded, but the budget doesn't lie. All Mirio would do is add confusion, and government, from any party, is confused enough. The former number 1 hero didn't react to the joke. He had translated the political speak and was happy. If Imoko said Mirio would do nothing, then there was a good chance he could actually affect real change. They weren't going about this the wrong way. Toshinori sobered quickly. He might know that, but he had to somehow tell the others. Maybe he should just call the device? I'm not stupid, Kakaridi told him coldly. Your house is currently disconnected, he added. Toshinori looked at the representative sharply. You were about to call for Alexa, Imoka told him. The man fished in one pocket and pulled out a small device. Yagi didn't recognize it, but there was a blinking light on it, and he could easily deduce what it was meant to do. Yet another support item being corrupted for a use it was probably not intended for. Allowing the public to use support devices means there's so many useful toys available. Alexa is disabled, at the moment. I don't want this on record, just as my last visit to All for One wasn't on the record. All for One wasn't allowed visitors, Yagi replied, almost on autopilot. What did he do now? How did he get word out? Someone had to visit Sensei, Imoko countered. It was that, more than anything else, the use of the word Sensei to name the greatest criminal of all time, that convinced Toshinori that Imoko was everything they suspected. Did I hurt you that much? All Might asked, regret lacing his question. Imoko stared at him, his green eyes hard. Toshinori watched him tremble. Yes, he said finally through clenched teeth. The former number 1 hero noted that both Dabi and Spinner looked slightly confused. Interested but confused. Kurogiri's expression really couldn't be seen, but the warp villain had an air about him that said he understood. The Numu didn't care, and there was a chuckle from behind him. You hurt Aizu. Toga whispered in his ear. He didn't jump. Tashinori took a deep breath and leaned forward. He put his hands on the coffee table and bowed. "I am sorry," he said. The League was surprised. Yagi looked up as Imoku's head jerked back. "It's too late," the representative told him. The man swallowed hard, but the former number 1 hero knew that the matter had just been dismissed. Izuku, whoever he thought of himself, would not change his mind. Tashinori nodded as he sat back up. He expected that answer, but he had to try. "You won't get away with this," he said. "There had to be some way of letting Sir Knight I know what happened here." "Why not?" Imoku asked. He seemed genuinely curious. Yagi was surprised at how calm he felt. He raised one hand, pointing at the acknowledged villains who were standing in his lounge. "They will all leave evidence," he explained. Dabi would leave burns, Toga blood, Hirojiri even more blood, Spinner used knives and High-End would pummel him to death if allowed, leaving a lot of evidence. The representative chuckled. "The coroner's report will be that you suffered cardiac arrest," he told him. "There will be no evidence of foul play." The former number 1 hero just shook his head. Imoku smiled at him. "I'd say let's see, but you won't be around to see, so I would ask you to trust me, and take my word for it." At the word trust, Yagi felt a pull, as if he should trust Imoku. He quickly suppressed the feeling. Where had that come from? Then he glared. There was only one place it could have come from. He wasn't sure how to explain what he had felt. "Ah, I'm losing my touch," Kakuriti murmured deprecatingly, though Tashinori knew the villain had meant to be caught. "Aizawa is a very intelligent man," he added. The statement lost Yagi for a moment, and then he remembered the first time he had met Kakuriti. It had been in the politician's office, with Aizawa. The underground hero had accused Imoku of having an undocumented second quirk. If what Yagi had felt was from a quirk, and it appeared Imoku was admitting to it, then Aizawa had been correct. He tried to remember if Shoyuta had known about all. For one's ability to give and take quirks at that point, but it was more than 10 years ago. Aizawa knew of it now, but he just couldn't remember if the other hero had known then. "You don't agree?" Imoku prompted when the silence stretched between them. Tashinori realized it didn't matter what Aizawa did or didn't know back then. He agreed instead. Now he felt fear. It wasn't for himself. He still wasn't afraid of what would happen, but he was scared for the world. He didn't overestimate his ability to change it, but with someone like Kakuriti in charge, then, what hope was there? "What do you actually want?" Yagi asked. "What do any of you want?" He pressed, looking around at the League members. "Through him, you have gotten what you want," he added, jerking his head towards Imoku. Dabi snorted. Spinner shook his head. "Fight." High-End said. "You are quite correct, All Might," Hirojiri told him. With the abolishment of the old Enabling Heroes Act by the Heroes Must Be Heroes Bill and the reintegration bills, what the League wanted was mostly achieved. Yet you sit there, knowing the benefits, and after seeing the hypocrisy of heroes destroyed, you would still bring it all back. That is what the League will prevent. That was mostly true, but there are gaps in what the warp villain was saying. Not everything, Yagi tried to justify it. "I wouldn't bring back everything. The Heroes Must Be Heroes bill has some very good aspects," he said before placing his hands beside him on the couch. It was a long shot, but maybe he could scratch something into the leather. He hoped. "Thank you," Imoku murmured, though he knew the representative was being facetious. As the instigator of the Heroes Must Be Heroes bill, he could take credit for the good parts, even if most of it was bad. Tashinori ignored that as he continued, trying to make the movement of his hands normal as he dug his short nails in. But it went too far. It destroyed a lot of lives and ignored the good that heroes were doing. "What?" Dabi scoffed. "So just because my dad saved a lot of lives, more than you," the fire villain pointed out, because that was the truth. Endeavor had a higher clearance rate than him. I should have just put up with him beating the shit out of me? Of course not, Tashinori objected. Endeavor was dash, he stopped. Imoku was giving him a gentle smile. Tashinori knew the representative could probably list every failing of every hero. There was little point in arguing on their terms. Kamui Woods did not deserve to die, he pointed out instead, looking at Dabi. The fire villain's expression stretched into a smile. Tomura was more impetuous, he told the former number 1 hero. Tomura was necessary for providing the atmosphere in which the seed of change could flourish, Imoku elaborated. And, hands up please, he added, lifting one arm and gesturing with his fingers. The league stiffened. Yagi thought he heard a knife being drawn behind him, but he obeyed, lifting his hands in a gesture of peace. Check it, Kakaridi ordered, his green eyes hard. Toga leaned over beside him, her face twisted into a smile. She balanced on the back of the couch, looking down at where his hands had been. There's a mark, but it's nothing, she reported. Good, Imoku said. He seemed relieved. Tashinori knew that meant the politician was aware he couldn't control everything and that he was still fighting. I should have expected you to continue to try, he said, and the smile he gave Yagi was warm. But what did you tell me? That it was useless to try unless you were suited? So let me tell you, there is no way out of this, and you will leave no warning. Even though there was no one here to reassure, Tashinori smiled at the representative. I didn't give in to him. I will not give in to you. I don't expect you to give in, Imoku shook his head. I expect you to die. Which will just give Mirio more support, Yagi predicted. If you were murdered, yes, but I already told you, the coroner will say it was cardiac arrest. You are not old, but Sensei has left his mark upon you, Imoku said, looking significantly at his abdomen. Tashinori didn't react. He wanted to place one hand on what was left of his stomach. He hadn't coughed up blood for the last few years, after the last operation, but the damage was done. He was still weak. Sensei always warned me about you, about one for all, but I guess, now that you don't have it, you aren't that much of a threat. Yagi glared. Oh, don't be like that, Imoku mocked. You're a figurehead at the moment. You are meant to be a distraction for me from the snooping Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye are doing. Tashinori froze. They had assured him they were being careful, but if the representative knew about them, then would they have a similar visit? Did you think I was unaware of that? Imoku asked at his expression. I believe All Might is concerned that you will visit them as well, Imoku Kakaridi, Kurogiri informed the politician. Ah, Imoku nodded. That depends on what they find, he said lightly. Yagi didn't relax. Kakaridi chuckled. Eraserhead has been looking into me for more than 10 years, and hasn't found anything, he told Tashinori. Given that record, I doubt you have anything to fear about him. There was a real note of comfort in the politician's voice. Tashinori felt sick to hear it. It reminded him far too much of All for One. The man could feign any emotion, while truly feeling nothing. Was Imoku like that? The child Izuku had been so open. He wanted to apologize again. He wanted to explain. But he knew that Kakaridi was already too far gone. As for Sir Night-Eye, government contracts do carry risk, Imoku said coolly. Yagi knew the representative wasn't referring to his risk. He felt a flash of cold and wondered what Sir Night-Eye had requested. Then he reminded himself forcefully that his former sidekick had investigated All for One without being caught. If he could do that, he would not fall to one of All for One's apprentices. The green-eyed man looked over at him. Now, if you don't have any questions, we should get this over with, he said matter-of-factly. Tashinori fixed his eyes on Imoku's. Is this really what you want, Izuku? The representative didn't even blink at the use of the name. Dabi and Spinner weren't as restrained. It was interesting that they didn't appear to know. Yagi paid them no mind. A slow smile spread over Imoku's face and the former number 1 hero wondered if he was thinking about the past. All I ever wanted was for someone to tell me yes, he whispered. For just one person, to say yes, you can be a hero, Izuku, Imoku said. My doctor told me I couldn't. My mother told me I couldn't. Those I once called friends told me I couldn't. My teachers told me I couldn't. Everyone who knew I didn't have a quirk told me I couldn't, but I continued to believe that I could. I studied hard. I made notes. I came up with strategies. I examined quirks until I knew them better than their users. I learned to read people, but no matter what I did, it was never enough. I didn't want to be the number one hero, I just wanted to be a hero. Everyone still said I couldn't. Izuku, you can't be a hero without a quirk, Imoko mimed in a high-pitched voice. Tashinori felt the cold seeping into him at the words. He had been the straw. Until you, the representative continued mercilessly. He swallowed again. I held out the hope that the one person who routinely did the impossible, who was the personification of hope, would tell me that it wasn't impossible, that I could be a hero without a quirk. And what did you say? Imoko asked, cocking his head slightly as he gave the former number one hero a cold smile. He didn't wait for an answer. That I should keep my dreams realistic. The words were heavy. Yagi mouthed the words as Imoko spoke. The motion wasn't lost on Davi and Spinner. With that motion they knew Imoko was speaking the truth. Maybe they would be the ones who acted. Except it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be now. He wasn't resigned to his fate, but he could see no other alternatives, and somehow he'd known that he would go out in a battle against All for One. The man himself wasn't here, but his spirit was. It looked to him in the hate-filled eyes of the representative. So, I did, Kakuriti continued, his voice now lightening. Sensei offered me an alternative, and I took it. And you know, this way, I've saved more people than you ever have. What? Yagi couldn't help but demand the explanation, no matter what was hanging over him. I have saved more people than you ever have, Kakuriti repeated. Every single want-to-be hero, who the assessments picked up. How many of them did I save from a premature death when they got into something they weren't prepared to handle? How many endeavors have I prevented by banning those who are only in it for personal gain? How many deaths have I prevented when a hero engaged a so-called villain without consideration for the surrounding people? How many now benefit because the police have the quirk training they need to be effective, rather than having quirk restrictions applied because only heroes can use their quirks? How many have been saved from disasters by the rescue forces who are now free to act as best as they can? Imoko stopped, breathing heavily. I could go on, he said. But I think you get the point. Spinner nodded. Stain would approve, he murmured. This could be the opportunity he needed. The reptilian villain looked at him. He was dressed in body armor with black pants and boots. A sword hilt poked over his left shoulder, and he had a red scarf wrapped loosely around his neck. A white bandana over his eyes completed the look. He was still following Stain's ideal, and Stain's ideal hero was All Might. Yagi saw the lifeline. Would he approve of this? He managed to keep the sharp tone from his voice. The green villain was silent. Tashinori kept his eyes on Spinner. The others didn't move and the silence stretched. The villain sighed. I was hoping you'd be wrong, Imoku, he told the representative with a voice full of regret. Imoku turned to the league member. I'm sorry, Spinner. He even sounded genuine. What? Tashinori asked. He didn't understand. The representative turned back to him. I warned Spinner you would appeal to Stain, though I am surprised it took you so long. Imoko was derisive. Yagi dived forward. He had no illusions about his chances of victory. He couldn't win, but Imoko had said the coroner would say his death was caused by a heart attack. That meant he had some way of killing him without leaving a mark. If he could get one of the other villains to mark him, then Sir Night Eye would know. None of the villains moved. Imoko raised one hand. Sparks danced between his fingers and Tashinori felt pain in his chest. His hand slammed down on the coffee table to support himself. He gasped for air and struggled back, to the couch so he was sitting. Yagi's hands clutched at his breast. It hurt. No. He struggled upwards again. Imoka cocked his head, and the sparks seemed to intensify. All Might recognized what was happening. The representative was using his registered quirk. Nothing like this was registered about it, but it made sense. He could control sparks. The right type of spark was electrical current. It took a villainous mind to think of this application. Yagi managed to get to his feet. He was used to pain. He had dealt with it when fighting All for One, and he could deal with it now. The problem was his eyes were unfocusing and he could hear a rushing in his ears. He staggered forwards, slamming his shins into the table. His limbs were heavy. He couldn't lift them, but he had to try. Raising his foot to attempt to get to Imoka was his downfall. Toshinori felt his balance leave him, and even though breathing was hard, he windmilled his arms as he tried to stay upright. It didn't help. He crashed into the ground. Pain shot through him and Yagi lay on the ground, still struggling to breathe. Tears streamed from his eyes, and as his vision narrowed, Toshinori saw the expensive shoes of Imoka walk up to him. He couldn't move, or he'd try to grip the representative's pant leg. He had to do something. The floor smelt clean. Toshinori convulsed, trying to breathe. "Izu, be careful," he heard, and somehow knew that Toga was supporting Imoku. The representative sniffed. "That takes a lot out of me," he admitted. It was not a comfort that killing someone with his quirk took effort. Yagi wanted to scream that he wasn't dead, that Imoku had failed, but his voice abandoned him. His breath rasped and he couldn't see anything. The world had gone black, but he was still here. "We should go." That was Dabi. "We should," Imoka said, sounding labored. "But first, goodbye Toshinori Yagi. Say hello to Tomura." It was Tenko, wasn't it? "Say hello to him for me, would you? And Sensei. Tell them, I won't let their work go to waste." Toshinori wanted to deny it, but now there was a light approaching and nothing hurt anymore. He breathed in and out. And knew peace. A fop. At the end of the day, let there be no excuses, no explanations, and no regrets. I might stretch the no explanation part. Sir Night-Eye sat on his couch as he watched the broadcast. His eyes were on one man. Kakarite. All Might, Toshinori Yagi might have retired, and the title of hero might have been disbanded, but the country still honored him. In the last session of parliament before the election, the Prime Minister Kiyoshi Takanaka had declared a minute of silence to mark the occasion of Toshinori's death. Yagi had been found by one of the people who helped to maintain his house. An ambulance, with a quirk user paramedic, had been called, but it was too late. He had suffered a massive heart attack, sometime the night before. He'd obviously felt it, because he'd fallen, and Sir Night-Eye had read the police report. All Might had been reaching out for something when he'd fallen. His phone. Yagi had left his phone in his jacket pocket, and his jacket had been hanging up on the rack. According to the police, there was no sign of foul play. Sir Night-Eye wasn't sure. Toshinori wasn't that old, but he was, and had been, ill for many years. Well, not so much ill, as injured. Retirement had helped, but the battles against All for One had left their scars. Given Sir Night-Eye's visions, Toshinori had done well to live as long as he had. But All Might's former sidekick couldn't help the feeling that something was wrong. The timing was just too fortuitous for Kakarite. Mirio had been making a comeback in the polls with Toshinori's support, and now he was dead. Except, Sir Night-Eye had checked. Every member of the league he could find had been exactly where they were meant to be at the time of Toshi's death. And if the league was going to kill All Might, they wouldn't have let underlings do it. Spinner was up in Sapporo. Toga was in Miyazaki. Kurogiri in Kyoto, and Dabi was in Tokyo, but he had definitely been in one of the holes he used to hide from society. Besides, if any of them had killed Toshi, there would have been evidence. Imoku was having dinner with his frail mother. The woman had a few stints in a private hospital recently. He'd tried to get the records, as an insight into Kakariri, but they had good security. Unlike Biosimap. Sir Night-Eye looked at the screen. Imoko Kakariri was standing with the rest of the House of Representatives and had his head bowed. He was the very picture of respect. The former sidekick knew it was false. Underneath that saddened mask there was a smug smile. And soon enough, he'd prove it. Biosimap, with their carry contract with the government, had to give up various records on request. He had made a request and the records had been forwarded to him in good time. At least, those in charge of that at Biosimap knew how to do their job. He hadn't read through them yet. Instead, he'd managed to find a disgruntled employee from Biosimap. The man was a pharmaceutical chemist and for some reason he was pissed at what they were doing. Pissed enough that he would break contract and speak to him. Sir Night-Eye had agreed to ensure that man's grievances were taken care of, and given that they were with Biosimap, that was likely to be a relatively easy job. Heroes might have had to integrate, but he still had contacts, and if Biosimap were breaking the law, then that had to be dealt with. No matter what contracts they had. That meeting was tomorrow. In the meantime, he had been investigating Toshi's death and reading online articles about Kakariri. They hadn't been able to find information about him legitimately, so for the moment, hearsay and speculation were potential resources. There was some truth in hearsay. The trick was finding it. Because Imoko Kakariri had appeared on the scene so suddenly, to take over the running of Kunshu and then becoming a representative, they weren't the only ones who had looked into his past. Most of the others had found the information Sir Night-Eye was sure had been planted and left it at that. Why wouldn't they? They were only looking to know the man better, they weren't looking to bring him down. Others had added speculation as to his motives. That was what Sir Night-Eye was reading. The most interesting one was by someone who appeared to have an interest in psychology. They had written about Imoko's policies towards those who were quirkless. That was possibly the one good thing Imoko had done. After Eraserhead's accusation, Sir Night-Eye had researched what it was like to be born quirkless. He hadn't liked what he'd lucky few were supported by their parents, and by understanding individuals. Most were ostracized. There were even cases of quirkless individuals feigning having some minor quirk to be accepted. Once the lie was detected, it did not end well, and several had been murdered by their outraged friends. Of all groups of society, they had the lowest education, and the highest rate of suicide. Feeding in from the lack of education was the lack of jobs. The quirkless formed the dregs of society, unless they were very, very lucky. Imoko had changed that. Not completely. He couldn't do it all by himself, but he had definitely highlighted their plight and had made steps towards alleviating the worst of the problems. He offered employment, education, and respect. And across the country most quirkless people would vote for Imoko, if they could. Those who did not live in his electorate lamented the fact, but they took their cues from him. If he supported a candidate, then that candidate had their vote. Within his electorate, close to 80% of those who were quirkless and of voting age said in polls that they would vote for him. That might only represent 16% of the electorate, at best, but others, those with less useful quirks, also liked his message. Those with useful quirks liked it as well. He was a very popular man. And since Imoko had risen to power, many quirkless people had moved into his electorate. There was a reason he was considered practically unbeatable in his electorate, because in his electorate, he had more volunteers to help get his message across than any other candidate. But that was just the fallout of his decisions. What Sir Night-Eye was interested in was why he had made the decision in the first place. How had Imoko, who had the quirk spark, seen the plight of the quirkless? That very question lent credence to Bakugo's theory that Imoko Kakariri was actually Izuku Midoriya, a young man who was quirkless. Which is sort of what this online commentator was saying, in a roundabout way. They were implying that the way Imoko Kakariri dealt with quirks was reminiscent of someone who was quirkless. It was an interesting conclusion and quite an odd one to make given the public history on Kakariri. Sir Night-Eye was interested in speaking with the author to see if they could shed any further light on Imoko's reactions. Maybe there was something they could use there, in conjunction with the other evidence. There had to be a smoking gun somewhere. He looked back at the screen. Imoko was sitting again, with the rest of the government. He had on a gray suit with a black armband for this occasion. The state funeral was tomorrow. Imoko wasn't going to be there. Sir Night-Eye wasn't sure what he thought of that. On one hand he was thankful, but on the other, it would have given him an opportunity to look the representative in the eye and judge him. He'd never had that chance, but without Imoko, tomorrow would be a chance for Mirio to shine. If he was right, and Tashinori had been killed for his support of Mirio, then it was up to them to make sure that it was in vain. Yagi would want that. They needed that. Mirio was known as Tashinori's friend, and as a fellow ex-hero, he was going to be front and center during the funeral. So would he. Sir Night-Eye knew he'd have to be more visible in Mirio's campaign now. Tashinori's support had been giving Mirio a boost. As All Might's only sidekick, Sir Night-Eye could hope that his presence would also provide a boost. And with enough boosts, Mirio would win a place in the House of Representatives, and they could start to directly fight Imoko Kakuriti. He clicked the screen off. Kakuriti was not going to give any visual clues. Oh, I was watching that. Sir Night-Eye spun to stare at the speaker. He identified the woman who was grinning at him. Himiko Toga. She frowned at him but continued to tap a knife against her leg. He reviewed what he knew of her. Her quirk was shape-shifting, which didn't give her any special fighting abilities, just as his hadn't. He could take her. He just had to be wary of the knife. Over the years he had kept in practice, and he was pretty sure she hadn't. She could take people by surprise, but Toga had never been known for her fighting ability. "Why are you here?" he asked. It was obvious why she was here, but the way she phrased any reply would tell him a lot. She grinned at him. "Izu said not to bother with you," Himiko told him. "Wait. Izu? As in Izuku?" Sir Night-Eye couldn't help but interrupt. "I'm not meant to call him that," the League of Villains member said almost timidly. "It's okay. I know who he is," Sir Night-Eye said soothingly. He never thought he'd ever use that tone of voice when speaking to the League. But he filed the information away for further use. If Himiko knew Imoko was Izuku, then maybe the League would be their way of bringing him down. Himiko gave him another smile. It was almost as if she was saying thank you. "Izu said not to bother with you," she repeated. "But since he took out All Might, it's better that we get the whole team," she added. The words struck his heart. It confirmed what he suspected, but what the police assured him had not happened. The League had killed Tashinori. And they had done it in such a way that the world was not even looking at them. "Why?" he asked. The question probably wasn't what she was expecting. "Because you are getting too close to Izu." No, Sir Night-Eye shook his head. His phone was on the table in front of him. He couldn't reach it without her noticing. She had answered the obvious why, but that wasn't what he meant. "Why does the League not want to be known as the killers of All Might?" he clarified. Himiko shook her head, but her eyes never left him. "Why would Izu want to be known as the killer of an old man?" she mocked with the question. He was surprised by her answer. It made sense, but beyond that, there was an implication there. "He's going to make himself known?" he asked. "Of course not." Toga giggled. "Izu is the hidden one," she added. Sir Night-Eye froze. His mind was no longer in his lounge. It was in the past. It was on the moment he lost his quirk. In that single instant, he'd had a vision so strong, so vivid that he could only remember one thing from it. The hidden one. The unseen enemy who was controlling everything. He'd warned Mirio about it then. He'd warned Centipeder, he'd warned Tashinori, but they had never found anything to really prove it. Over the years he had seen the similarity between Imoka's name and his vision, but over the years, the stark intensity of his vision had been lost in the reality of losing his quirk. It came back now at full force. He could see everything again. The hidden one. This time, his vision was of a chessboard. There was a shadowy figure sitting on the black side. They were moving the pieces. Sir Night-Eye looked to the white side and his eyes widened. The seat was empty. The shadowy figure was moving both the white and black pieces. When he had seen this vision the first time, he had thought the figure was all for one, given that the Black Queen had been wreathed in shadow. That had been the hidden one, except all for one was dead. His vision had changed. He still couldn't see the figure sitting there clearly, but he could see the pieces clearly. Katsuki was the White Queen. Mirio the king. Aizawa was still on the board, as was Hizashi. They were castles. He was still there too, a bishop, but he was riding a horse. Was he a knight or a bishop? He wasn't sure. To the side of the board, fallen was Midnight. She was a knight. Her armor was cracked. Her horse was dead. All Might was there as well. The broken mitre of a bishop was beside him. Sir Night-Eye focused on the other side. The black pieces. It wasn't much comfort that more appeared to be at the side of the board. Twice was a fallen knight and both the castles were shattered. He recognized Mustard and Ujiko. Tomura was there as well. Except that left some powerful pieces still there. Both bishops, Spinner and Kurogiri were there, as was Dabi as king and Toga as queen. In the instant of his vision, Sir Night-Eye saw the shadowy being reach out and he flicked his finger at the Black King. Dabi fell and the being grinned at him. And then everything ended. Sir Night-Eye gasped as he returned to his living room. He blinked to see Toga there, and then his memory caught up. Izuku is the leader of the league, he said clearly, wishing for nothing more than to be able to close his eyes and think. He couldn't with her here. He's such a good leader, Toga told him. He doesn't ask for much. He makes sure we are making money, so it's up to us to make sure he gets some rewards every now and then. I'm a reward? Sir Night-Eye asked. For Aizu, she grinned. It was not a nice grin. He wondered if the woman could smile nicely. Now, hold still, this will be easier if you don't move. She flipped the knife and lunged at him. He was ready for her movement, and dodged to the side. The knife went straight into his couch, giving Sir Night-Eye time to rise. He kicked at Toga, but she was quick, and abandoned the blade to jump back. Another knife appeared in her hands. Since she still wore a high school uniform, Sir Night-Eye wondered how she concealed them, and how many she was carrying. They were not strapped to her legs, so it had to be on her torso. He grabbed at the knife in his couch, but it was stuck. It had probably hit the wooden frame. He didn't waste time after giving it a tentative tug. Toga felt into a battle stance. He was surprised. He didn't think she knew how to fight. Not properly. He had been trained, and his reach was long. He felt into his own stance, and feinted towards her, sending a punch towards her abdomen. Himiko hissed and flipped her knife so that it was against her forearm as she dodged. She swung at him, slashing her knife. It caught the edge of his shirt but didn't touch his skin. Sir Night-Eye used the moment to get around the couch. It gave him more space to move in. He kicked. Toga raised her knifeless arm to block, but he was stronger. It pushed her off balance. The woman flailed and staggered, but in the time it took him to regain his balance, Toga had regained hers. She no longer looked amused. Sir Night-Eye attacked again. Toga leapt back, trying to get out of range. He'd seen the footage of her from Ujiko's execution. She had throwing knives somewhere. He kept the distance close. Her preference was close combat, but he had to be better than her. Over the years, she had obviously added the throwing knives to give herself some versatility. He wasn't going to be so stupid as to try to take them out midair. Better to never let them be thrown. Himiko slashed again with her knife and Sir Night-Eye caught the glint of steel. He lunged into the swipe, catching her hand. He tried to wrench the knife from her hold. Toga retaliated by lifting her arms and pulling back from him. Sir Night-Eye went with her. He was taller and stronger. The stretch put her at risk, not him. He got one hand on the hilt and then there was a pain in his stomach. Instinct made him look down. Toga pulled her hand back, a short blade covered in blood held within it. Sir Night-Eye pulled back, taking the knife with him. He wanted to throw it away but it was a weapon. Himiko tried to push her advantage. He slashed his newly won knife, and felt it catch on her cardigan. She hissed. Not nice. She growled. He'd drawn blood. Sir Night-Eye flicked the knife into roughly the same hold she had taken, pushing it up against his forearm. It was a hunting knife with a long blade on one side and serrations on the other. He slashed it at her again. Toga was wary and was out of range. She countered with a smaller knife but he avoided it. I didn't want to do it this way, you know, she told him. You don't have to do this, he snapped back. You could just surrender. She bared her teeth at him, her canines catching on her lip. I meant to ask Mustard to come help, Toga told him. Sir Night-Eye immediately knew her plan. It would have worked. Mustard could have filled his room with gas, and he would have fallen asleep. At that point, she'd have cut his throat and there was nothing he could have done to stop her. His mind flashed to several unsolved murder cases. They'd done that before. That bastard Explodokill killed him, but at least Dobby got the bitch, she added. It was an obvious attempt to rile him up. Sir Night-Eye didn't react. Midnight knew what she was getting into. Blood seeped into Toga's cardigan but he could tell the wound was sluggish. It wasn't going to be fatal. He slashed again. He was surprised when this time she didn't dodge. Instead she met his slash and there was the ring of steel against steel. She had one of her throwing knives in her hand. He slashed again and caught her arm. Himiko cried out, dropping the smaller knife, and Sir Night-Eye quickly kicked it away. She pulled a new one from somewhere and he noted that she was using her other arm. Sir Night-Eye examined the League member. The slash on her arm was deeper than he thought. Her knives were sharp. That's not nice. She growled again and her eyes hardened. She moved quick. He dodged but cried out as something hit his abdomen again. He looked down. There was a knife there. She'd thrown it, with the arm that was cut. The knife had blood on the handle. Himiko closed with him. She slashed hard. Sir Night-Eye tried to block. Toga was stronger than she looked, and she followed up the slash with a kick. He cried out. The knife was driven further into his guts and he fell to his knees. His mind screamed at him to move. He slashed out blindly with the knife. She avoided it and kicked again. He lost the knife. Sir Night-Eye rolled, trying to avoid further attacks. He heard more knives. They hit the floor and him. He heard them thunk into his body and pain radiated outwards. Sir Night-Eye tasted blood. He spat it to the floor and rolled again as Himiko tried to finish the job. He wasn't going to go down that easy. Before he could rise she jumped on him, straddling his body. Toga sat on his stomach, her legs hooked over his arms, pinning them to his side. He couldn't breathe with her weight there. Sir Night-Eye tried to buck her off, but Himiko wasn't light. You're heavy. He growled, hoping to make her angry. It worked but not the way he wanted. She hit him and drove another knife into his chest. He could feel blood pooling in his lungs. The taste of it filled his mouth. Sir Night-Eye looked up. Himiko smiled down at him. Her arm was bleeding, as was the cut to her side. Now you won't be in Izu's way. He won't be happy, he managed to say. If this wasn't a sanctioned hit then there was a chance he could talk her out of it. A slim change but one nevertheless. Himiko shook her head and then she raised her small knife above her head, clasping it in both hands. She slammed it down, hitting the left side of his chest. Sir Night-Eye felt his ribs crack under the pressure and blood spewed from his mouth. You don't look pretty, Toga told him, as she got up. He didn't try to stop her. He watched, trying to gasp for air as Himiko fetched the knife he'd managed to get off her. She looked down at him and he felt it cut into his thigh. She pulled it back and Sir Night-Eye watched as Himiko licked at the blood. Then her features melted. Her whole body melted. It was more than disconcerting to see his face looking at him, to see her smile on his features. "Just die for Izu," Himiko said with his voice, and then she turned away. He gasped for air, choking on blood, but Sir Night-Eye wasn't dead yet. He had to tell someone. He had to. He pushed himself over, trying not to scream at the pain. If he screamed, Himiko would know he wasn't dead. Sir Night-Eye dragged himself towards the coffee table. His phone was there. Blood made a trail behind him. He didn't look, and as soon as he could he reached for his phone. It was a fumble, but he managed to get his fingers on it. Everything hurt and his vision was failing him. That wasn't good. He knew what that meant. Had Toshinori gone through this as well? Sir Night-Eye spat blood and hit dial on his phone. The last number called was Mirio. He had to tell the current holder of one for all that the League was still there. That Kakariki was everything they feared. "Hello? Sir?" Mirio's voice washed over him. "Sir?" The younger man repeated. Sir Night-Eye tried to speak. His mouth moved. No sound came out. He swallowed more blood. "Mirio," he managed to whisper. "Mirio," he said again. "You have to." He had to stop. There was no air in his lungs. "Sir!" There was no hiding the frantic tone of Mirio's voice. "You have to." Sir Night-Eye gasped, spitting more blood as he dropped the phone. He collapsed next to it. Kakariki, he managed to say the name. It brought a memory of his vision. The hidden one, he managed to say. "Sir!" "You have to save D-." He couldn't say anything more. Sir Night-Eye's eyes widened. He tried to say more, but all that came out was gasps and gulps. He could see blood pooling under him. Was there really that much blood in his body? Now outside of his body? He tried moving his arm, trying to grab the phone again. He couldn't move. "Sir!" Mirio screamed. Sir Night-Eye knew the boy would be running here. It would be too late. It was already too late. The steel had touched his heart. "Save him," Sir Night-Eye mouthed the words, but there was no sound. "Save Dabi." The words were meaningless, but Sir Night-Eye knew what they were. Dabi was the Black King and Mirio was the White, but if the Black King fell, they all did. Sir Night-Eye felt sick. And then he felt nothing at all. A fop. How did it happen? Mirio asked. He was sitting in the police station, fighting the sheiks. Every time he thought of Sir Night-Eye he trembled. "Sir?" the detective asked. "How did it happen?" Mirio asked again. He really didn't want to know, but at the same time, he had to know. How had Sir Night-Eye died? Maybe then he'd be able to make sense of the last message. The detective looked at him sadly. Thankfully the man ignored his bloodied suit. He had been the first one on the scene. He tried to save Sir Night-Eye, but there was so very much blood. Security cameras show League member Himiko Toga breaking in, the detective told him. And? Mirio pressed. "We believe there was an altercation." That much had been obvious, even to his eyes. There were several throwing knives embedded in the floor. He hadn't seen them then, not until the paramedics had pulled him off Sir. Then he'd been able to see things beyond the huge slick of blood on the floor. Security film shows Sir Night-Eye walking out of his apartment, the detective continued. Mirio knew what that meant. So did the police. Toga had taken Sir Night-Eye's form and simply walked out of the building. It was no consolation that she appeared to be limping. Not badly though, and not enough to cause a scene. Then she had disappeared into the crowds. We believe he injured her, the detective told him, and are watching the hospitals. Mirio didn't say anything. He already knew that even if injured, Toga wouldn't show up at a hospital. As far as they knew, the league didn't have a dedicated healer, but they had enough resources to be able to call in a doctor on the quiet. She wouldn't be caught that way, no matter the injuries. The only hope there was if the injury was worse than they thought. Then she might show up dead. Logic told him her injuries couldn't be that bad. She had walked out of there. Sir Night-Eye hadn't. He'd dragged himself across the floor. He'd been in so much pain. But he had still tried to warn Mirio. Kakariki was the hidden one. Mirio still remembered the day that Sir Night-Eye had lost his quirk. He remembered the desperate words to beware of the hidden one, and what had he done? What had any of them done? Nothing. They had let Kakariki consolidate power. They had let Kakariki pass the bills that had led to the reintegration of heroes. They had let everything break apart. But Sir had said something more this time. He had said something about saving. Mirio had no idea what his former boss meant. You have to save Da. That was all he had managed to say. The meaning was clear, but the context wasn't. Who or what was Da? Was it short for Dad? But who did that mean? Who would Sir Night-Eye call Da? His father had died many years ago. There was no one obvious. Mirio had racked his brains for other meanings. He tried to think of anyone's name that began with Da. It wasn't Aizawa, it wasn't Bakugo, it wasn't Hisashi. It wasn't anyone who he could think of. There was a Dashu on his support staff, but Mirio couldn't think of any reason why he would have to save Dashu. It made no sense, and what made it frustrating was that to Sir Night-Eye's dying mind, it had been the one thing he had tried to say. Mirio felt like he'd failed because he didn't understand the warning. He planned to ask Aizawa and the others to know if they had any thoughts. He'd do that later, after he finished here. Let me know anything? He asked. Of course, sir, came the reply. There is also going to be a police presence at your apartment, the detective added. Is that necessary? Mirio objected on reflex. The detective didn't answer. He didn't have to. The League had invaded Sir Night-Eye's home. They could be preparing to invade others, especially those who were associated with Sir Night-Eye. He was the strongest associated. While All Might had been supporting his campaign, Sir Night-Eye had been planning on taking his place. Now, Mirio didn't know who would. He knew he had to capitalize on what happened, but it felt cheap. It felt wrong, but he would have to do it if he wanted to win. And in order to take out the League, he was going to have to fight. And that meant winning. Thank you, Mirio told the detective before he took a deep breath. He was out of his depth now and he felt adrift. But for Sir and All Might, he'd have to cope. Just tomorrow. He'd do that tomorrow. A fop. Izuku sat in Dabi's private office. The room was luxuriously appointed. One wall was a full, floor-to-ceiling window with one-way glass. It overlooked the fighting ring. There was no one there at the moment, but Izuku knew what the place was like when there was a battle. He had seen several championship fights. He snorted at the thought. Championship fights implied that those who fought had a chance. Against high-end, the challengers died. Still, some of them put up a good effort, and the Numu knew he was the champion of the ring. He knew that only those who had fought through the contenders got to fight him, so he accepted that they were weaker than him but that they were the best available fight. He looked away from the glass to Toga. She'd been naughty, which was why he was here, not his own office. Being here allowed her to be in her true form. Why did you take out Sir Night-Eye? Imoku asked her. Himiko was sitting in a chair. Her arm was bandaged and he knew she had a bandage around her waist. He'd cut her twice. She'd won, but he didn't like to see his servants hurt. he preferred it if things were planned better. Because he was investigating you, Toga replied. He wasn't getting anywhere, Imoko pointed out. But he might have, she objected. Izuku couldn't really say anything much to that. He might have found something. Himiko, he said her name softly. Why did you go alone? She looked at him with a confused expression, though Izuku knew it was false. She knew what he was asking. Why hadn't she used the training he'd given her over the years to plan the attack? Why was she injured? Originally I was going to take Mustard but Explodokill got him, she admitted. And none of the others would go. I think they would have, he said softly. He could see her plan with Mustard. It was a good one but obviously not something they could do now. It was a fight night, Toga explained. Izuku knew that meant Dabi was occupied. He oversaw the fights. Kirojiri, he prompted. Was working, she said. Spinner? Is up in Sapporo. Izuku sighed. He could probably name half the league and she'd know where they were, and why they wouldn't help. Instead he pursed his lips before he sighed. I appreciate the gesture, he admitted. But I do not need you to be injured, he added. For a moment Toga looked at the ground and then she grinned at him. Aizu. She squealed triumphantly. Take someone with you, next time. Himiko nodded and whatever she was about to say died in her throat when the door opened. She jumped up, despite her wounds, prepared to shield him but the door simply revealed High-End. The Numu gave them both a toothy grin and Imoko waved to it, extending his quirk. Want to fight, the Numu told him. Isn't there a fight tonight? Izuku asked. Weakling. High-End complained. I heard there is someone good in the lower rankings at the moment, Izuku said. No one got to fight High-End straight off. The money from fightings were made from bets, and it would be stupid to just let anyone challenge the Numu. There were rankings and people had to fight their way through them. That way Dabi made more money. Want fight now? High-End added the demand. Ah, Izuku sighed as he thought. He rapped his nails on Dabi's desk. The noise let the Numu know he was thinking. Despite Sir Night Eye and All Might being dead, Mirio was still out there, and the candidate, if he knew what he was doing, would play the sympathy card. He might not. Imoko wasn't sure how politically astute the former sidekick was. But he couldn't afford to be complacent. Mirio had Aizawa to advise him and the underground hero was not foolish. Plus Katsuki was still out there, hunting the league. Izuku had only taken the fight to All Might because it was advantageous. Maybe it was time to battle more directly. Besides, there was a certain balance he wanted, and he hadn't gotten it yet. He'd told All Might he knew about One for All, but what he hadn't said then was that he knew who it had been passed to. He didn't need the league acting the way Toga had. It was one of the reasons he had set them against Katsuki. The boy was good at his job, and that was advantageous. If Toga had tried to fight Mirio, the candidate was stronger than them. They didn't realize it because he'd been forced into therapy as a sidekick and the reintegration bill had passed before he could come back. But with Mirio being supported by both All Might and Sir Night Eye, it was obvious who now held One for All. He had destroyed All for One, something he had glossed over with the League, so it was time to take out the antipode. Then the world could move on, and the chaos from the beginning of the Quirk era could be put behind them. And truly, he would take out Mirio in the election. The boy wouldn't be elected but, to be sure, since there were still those attracted to the romanticism that a hero could save everyone, including the opposition leader, it was probably better if the boy was no longer around. The world no longer needed One for All, the same way as it had outgrown the need for All for One. He looked at High-End. Unlike the first Numu, High-End had been created as a general-purpose fighting machine. He wasn't specifically designed to take out One for All, but the Numu was powerful. He would be able to inflict a great deal of damage, and if the other Numu were there then. Yes, that should be doable. Plus if the fight went on long enough there was a chance Katsuki would be there and that would finish off all the opposition to him nicely. Imoku only had one more task in mind for Bakugo, but that was an indulgence, and he could live without it. But how to stage a fight for high-end with Mirio? It wasn't like Mirio was roaming the streets looking for a battle, not like Bakugo. Mirio was campaigning for the House of Representatives. Though, Izuku said as he recalled something. Mirio had been the first on scene at Sir Nightai's apartment. Toga had told him that earlier. He was waiting for more information from his contacts in the police, but it was obvious what had happened. Sir Nightai had called Mirio, and the boy had run to his old employer. That was the way to get Mirio in. "I can get you a fight," Izuku told High-End. The Numu looked at him, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Give me a day or so to figure out where the people will be, so that you can actually fight without being interrupted," he explained. Most people thought High-End was dumb. The Numu had a limited vocabulary but was actually very intelligent when it came to combat, and things he cared about. He cared about fighting, so anything that was about fighting had to be explained properly. High-End would hold you to your explanation, but it was possible to reason with the Numu slightly. No interruptions was something High-End understood. Imoko looked up at him as the Numu gave him another very toothy grin. "Fight," the Numu declared. "It will be against someone weak, at first," Imoko warned, "but I expect them to call someone stronger. That is your real fight." If he said High-End against Aizawa, then Aizawa would likely call either Bakugo or Mirio. Either would give the Numu a good fight. "I tell them to call," High-End announced. Imoku smiled. "If you'd like," he agreed. It made no difference to him, but he knew the Numu had come to the conclusion that there was a chance that his opponent wouldn't call for the stronger fighter. High-End was not stupid when it came to fighting. "You may kill them all," he added. High-End grinned wider and was happy. Izuku grinned at him. He hadn't even needed to use his quirk much for that. He thought about the possible outcomes of a battle between High-End and whoever Aizawa called. If it was Mirio, then that would be good. If Katsuki, then that was equally acceptable, even if Katsuki died. He could work with either outcome. A fop. One of the key problems today is that politics is such a disgrace. Good people don't go into government. Except Izuku. Aizawa hated funerals, and it seemed as if all he'd been doing lately was attending them. First Midnight had been killed. Then Toshinori had died. That had been a state funeral. The rigmarole involved in that fiasco had been headache-inducing. There had been so many politicians there, all looking for a photo opportunity or something to help their election prospects. It was no way to honor anyone. Then Sir Nightai's. At least that had been a smaller affair. People had been able to show their respects, but it had also shown him how fragile Mirio was. It was understandable. The young man had gone through a lot in the last few days, losing both his mentor and the person who had built the society Mirio was meant to be protect. Except that society, heroes, were gone. At least Mirio didn't blame himself for that. Shoyuta would never have supported him if Mirio was that stupid. But now they were at a bit of a loss. All Might had been supporting Mirio on the campaign trail. The retired hero was on public record as giving the candidate his blessing. It had lifted Mirio's polls. When he died, Sir Nightai had stepped in. It had only been for one rally before he was murdered. It suggested that, despite what the police record said, that All Might had been murdered as well. Except, there was no denying that All Might had been damaged, was the nicest way of putting it. His body was fragile, and a heart attack had been a real possibility for a long time. It was the timing that was suspicious. At least Mirio knew Sir Nightai had been looking into Kunshu and Kakuriti. Given it was Toga who had murdered him, it was entirely possible he'd found something. Yet he hadn't told Mirio. No, what the former sidekick had said at the end made no sense. You have to save Da. Who or what was Da? In order to save it, Aizawa shared the opinion it was probably a who. Which was one of the reasons he was standing here, before Sir Nightai's grave, trying to gain inspiration. He had a feeling that in time, they would look back and think it obvious. But Shoyuta also had a feeling that if it came to that, they'd be looking back from prison if they were lucky, or not looking back at all because Kakuriti would have won it all. There was one ironic answer to the question of who was dead that Aizawa wasn't sure he wanted to think of. Dabi. Except Dabi was no threat to Kakuriti. Assuming everything about Imoku was the truth, the Dabi had been leading the league for Kakuriti for the last 10 years at least. And with the recent gains Bakugo had made, it made no sense that Imoku would want to remove the one who was still loyal to him. Everything Aizawa had seen indicated that Dabi was loyal. If anything, the villain was in danger from Bakugo, but the vigilante didn't want to kill him. Katsuki recognized that a dead Dabi couldn't reveal Kakuriti. He wanted to beat the shit out of Dabi, but not kill. Did Sir Nine mean they needed to leave Dabi in place? That's if the dis stood for Dabi. Aizawa huffed, looking down at the name marker. Couldn't you have made it clearer? He muttered. He hated riddles. Couldn't Sir Night left what he knew about Kunshu available to them as well? The files from Biosimap were in his house, but nothing was highlighted. Aizawa couldn't even be sure they'd been read. And he knew what that meant. He'd have to do it now. He turned to go. Even with his known insomnia, he had too much work to do, and looking at a gravestone was not bringing inspiration. They'd have to find this the old-fashioned way, and they'd have to focus on getting Mirio into the House of Representatives. It would be nice to take down Kakuriti, and that was the ultimate goal, but he was experienced enough to know that sometimes you couldn't do everything at once. Aizawa pulled out his phone as he walked. Good, the voice startled him. It was gravelly and seemed to come from over his shoulder, but there was no one behind him. Call the stronger one here, it continued. Shoyuta threw himself forward, executing a dive and somersault that would have done anyone half his age proud. He felt several twinges which he couldn't pay attention to as he looked over at the speaker. It was huge. That was the first thing he noted. Aizawa didn't recognize the jagged teeth or the leering grin, but when he saw the exposed brain he had a sinking feeling he knew what it was. This one was hunched over, and he could see layers and layers of muscle covering its neck and shoulders. You called stronger one? The Numu asked. Shoyuta had never heard these things speak. He thought the report the police had composed years back was that they couldn't, but this one was. Its jaws moved with the words, though with teeth like that, it was no wonder the words were malformed. If it could talk, then maybe it understood, maybe he could talk it out of a fight. Not likely, but he could get information. I'm pretty strong, he replied. The Numu cocked its head at him. The shroud of skin moved, but never truly fell away from its head. Aizawa was thankful for that. Twiggy, it announced. No strength. Like master. Shoyuta knew it was an assessment of his build. He felt vaguely insulted. Still, he couldn't deny that comparatively, he was rather slender. Apparently like this thing's master. He didn't know what to think of that. Called stronger one? It asked again. Why would I call someone else? Master said we fight. Master said you weak, but you call someone stronger. Aizawa bit the inside of his lip as he looked at the creature. He still had his phone in hand and he could tell that it had one eye on it. How about I call them if you tell me who your master is? He offered. The Numu was loyal, but it was obviously rather stupid. The creature cocked its head at him. Master is master. Call. It demanded. Shoyuta just looked back, trying to assess what quirks the Numu had. He couldn't remember much from the report. Accelerated healing was probable. Most of the Numus seemed to have that. Strength, even if it just came from the layers of muscle the Numu had. And this one had at least some intelligence. He couldn't win. He was realistic in his assessments. He had always had to be, and while he could defeat more opponents than most, he knew his limits. Especially since it had managed to get behind him without him noticing anything. Except, it wanted him to call someone. Did it know who he'd call? Initially Aizawa had thought of Bakugo, but the vigilante was still laying low. And if it became known he was involved in a fight with something known to be connected to the League, then Aizawa couldn't imagine how that story would be twisted. He wasn't sure if Bakugo could deal with the wall of muscle this thing represented. That left Mirio. These Numus had been created to kill All Might, and that meant dealing with one for all. Plus Mirio had a bit more capital to spend if he was caught here. Who do you want? Aizawa asked. Maybe he could get more information? Strongest, the Numu told him without hesitation. He made some show of typing into his phone. Do you have more than one master? He asked idly. Master is master, the Numu replied. Master is new, but master better. New? Shoyuta asked. Called Stronger One, the Numu ignored his question. One last question, Aizawa countered. The Numu looked frustrated. What do others call your master? He held out the phone to show the message was ready to send, though he wasn't sure if the creature would understand that or could read. The message was simple. Help! Numu attacks Sir Night Eye's grave. The Numu twisted its long neck to look at him. Then it seemed to grin. There were no lips covering the jagged teeth, so it was always grinning, but somehow it seemed more amused at this. Boss. It growled at him. Call Stronger, or we fight. Aizawa wasn't stupid enough to say he felt no fear. He felt plenty of fear, but as an underground hero, he had long ago reconciled himself to the fact that he would get hurt in the course of his career. He felt fear when he acted then, but most of that fear was towards the one he was trying to save. He hoped he'd be strong enough, fast enough, good enough, for their sakes. Fear for himself was less, but was there. Now, confronted with this thing, Aizawa felt fear. He knew with absolute certainty that it was not going to let him get away, and if he refused to call, then it was just going to kill him and walk away. It wouldn't even think twice about it. But it would probably try to do the same to Mirio, or Katsuki, and in that singular instant he wasn't sure if either of them could defeat this thing. They were both strong, inhumanly, insanely strong, but this thing. He remembered the one from the USJ. All Might had one, but Mirio wasn't All Might. There was a flash of movement from the corner of his eye. Fight, the creature roared, and Aizawa felt himself flung to the side as it swept one huge arm at him. His phone was jolted from his grip, but his thumb swept over the send button, and it beeped. Aizawa didn't hear it, and didn't care. He crashed into several family markers, going straight through them with the force of the blow. The Numu snaked its long neck around to track his movement, and then it stomped after him, ignoring the grave markers that it destroyed. You no call, so fight now, it growled. Shoyuta had practice with dealing with stronger opponents. He had been flung into a wall or two in the past. This was worse. He gasped for air, trying to bring as much into his lungs as possible as he rolled from the rubble. He felt groggy. He hurt. But he knew he had to move if he was going to survive. As he moved, he activated his quirk, staring at the Numu. Nothing changed on it. He didn't expect it to, but he wasn't sure if it had any projectile abilities. Thinking this one was the same as the previous would be bad. He had seen enough of them over the years to know that they were all different. The Numu didn't stop. Weak, it told him, and Aizawa realized it knew he was attempting to use his quirk on him. It made him scramble upright all the faster, and then he looked around. He took 2 steps towards the Numu, gaining momentum, and then jumped over a low gravestone and ran. He couldn't fight this thing. Being dumb enough to try would probably have killed his younger self. He was older now. Wiser. He knew his limits. Something hit him in the stomach. Shoyuta had a brief sense of weightlessness as he was thrown through the air, and then he hit the ground forcefully again. He rolled with the movement, trying to see despite the way the sky and the dirt kept changing places so quickly. It allowed him to see the Numu. It was just a flash of movement, but it was enough of a warning for Aizawa to brace himself before he was thrown in the other direction. He tasted blood. If there was ever any thought that he could defeat this creature, it was extinguished. The world flashed around him. The gravestones tumbled around him and Aizawa felt cuts and scratches form on his arms and legs. So much hurt that he couldn't tell if anything was broken. Aizawa felt nauseous from the continuous movement. It was a shock when he came to a halt. The world still spun for a while, and it took Shoyuta a moment to realize he was dangling from the creature's huge hand by his head. Weak, he growled again. Even master stronger. Shoyuta felt bones grind together, bones that were just not meant to grind together as he hung in that grip. He tried to kick, but the Numu just squeezed his head harder. It was going to kill him. It was going to kill him as easily as he killed an ant and then walk away. He couldn't even scream in pain. All he could manage was a pained groan. Then everything suddenly felt lighter, even as Aizawa felt his legs crumple as they hit the ground. He lay there for several long moments, not even caring that he was bent like a pretzel as he gasped for air. He realized something must have happened, and groaned asterisk as he moved, rolling over painfully to see what it was. Once, as an underground hero, he had sworn he would never be happy to see All Might coming in on his work. Today, he was grateful that the holder of One for All was here. Mirio was standing some distance away from him. His arms were raised for combat, and Aizawa noted the marks on the ground, which meant the former sidekick had skidded to a halt. The huge Numu was picking itself up from the ground, shaking its long neck. He could hear it growling to itself and only belatedly realized that it wasn't growling, it was laughing. Stronger one. It said finally. We fight. It declared before charging. Mirio didn't get a chance to check on him before the creature was on him. Aizawa scrambled out of the way as stone from the name markers went everywhere. There were a lot of lost souls created today. Shoyuta felt a shockwave pass over him as their fists met. Mirio wasn't holding back. Shoyuta was thankful for that. The man had enough maturity to recognize that the Numu was dangerous and to not hold back, though Aizawa was sure he had not yet shown his true strength. Aizawa would have tried to give Mirio an advantage, but they were moving too fast for him to lock his eyes only on the Numu. The initial tussle ended when the Numu's fist passed through Mirio's chest and the former sidekick jumped back slightly. I'm okay. Aizawa shouted. Mirio nodded but didn't take his eyes off the creature. It drew itself up. Mirio was not a small man. This creature was huge. Aizawa hadn't really gotten a good sense for it before. It had been crouched over when it spoke to him. Now it uncoiled. Its arms and shoulders were huge and its neck elongated. It towered over Mirio, looking down at him. It was very oddly proportioned. The arms and shoulders were massive, and while the Numu's lower body wasn't anything to be scoffed at, comparatively it was smaller. The Numa shrugged, and for a moment, Aizawa thought he was looking at things. He shook his head but the vision didn't change. There was suddenly another, smaller Numu there. Report to Master, the larger Numu ordered. The smaller one nodded and moved away. Mirio made no move to stop it since the bigger one turned its attention back to him. You strong, it said. Mirio did his best to glare back. He hadn't yet perfected All Might's look. What do you want? He asked. Fight, the Numu replied immediately. Is that all you want? Mirio pressed. Master said we fight. Aizawa hoped Mirio wouldn't press the Numu about its master. He doubted that the candidate would have any better luck. Instead he watched the other Numu. It had backed away but didn't appear to be making any attempt to leave. It was watching. Wasn't it meant to be report? Unless the master was somewhere close? He cast his eyes around, ignoring the damage to the graveyard. There was no one else here. Why? Mirio asked. Want fight? Thankfully Mirio also saw the way the Numu tensed and the former sidekick was ready when one huge arm lashed out. He chose to meet it head-on, grunting with effort, but it took both his arms. Shoyuta couldn't do anything as the Numu's other arm was swung over arm. Mirio phased, vanishing into the ground. The Numu caught his suit, flinging the material into the ground. Mirio reappeared behind the Numu. Thankfully for his modesty, his underwear was still on. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but quickly dropped it when it hurt, as he realized what that meant. He resisted the urge to rub at his own undergarments. The former sidekick slammed both hands into the back of the Numu's neck. Or at least he tried to. The creature was fast and it dashed forward. Aizawa thought he heard the sound of jets, but he couldn't see anything. The Numu spun one foot at Mirio. Again he blocked the strike, but the Numu reacted, bringing its other foot around. It balanced by slamming its arms into the ground. Given the way Mirio strained, the creature's legs might look comparatively weak, but they weren't. The test of strength lasted only a few moments, before they both pulled back. "You strong." The Numu was happy. Master was right. Shoyuta didn't know what to think of that. Master was right. It had implications that were not good. It might only be a simple sentence, but it opened many possibilities. It could be nothing. It could be everything. He hated the unknown he always felt when dealing with the League these days. Before he could think much further, the Numu swung again. Mirio dodged, vanishing into the ground again. Aizawa had the feeling that this fight would be decided in an instant. He wasn't sure he'd be able to see that instant. Or it would be long and drawn out. He hoped Mirio had the viciousness required for it. The Numu was looking for Mirio, and as it did, it hunched over again, snaking its neck around as it searched. Mirio exploded from the ground behind it. This time he didn't attempt to strike it but allowed himself to be propelled upwards. There was no noise, but the Numu could sense him and turned its head upwards. The former sidekick came down, arms extended to punch at the Numu. Like most people in the world, and especially in Japan, Aizawa had seen All Might's quirk in action. It gave the man a glow. But commentators and online speculators had noted that Toshinori hadn't glowed all the time. Shoyuta was in the privileged position to know that he only glowed when he wasn't using the entire power available from One for All. Aizawa wasn't sure if that was the same for Mirio, but he could see that Tagata wasn't glowing. The Numu raised its huge arms and the two began punching at the other. Shoyuta felt each hit in his bones, but he had the feeling that just punching this Numu wasn't going to defeat it. He remembered the USJ and wondered how this one could be defeated. Then, All Might had won because he was stronger, and had literally blown that Numu away, but the former underground hero was certain this Numu was stronger. Wait, the original Numu had been killed recently. How had they done that? Katsuki had told him it was. Oh, yes. Half and half, as Bakugu put it. Todoroki had burned the Numu alive. Neither Mirio or he could do that, so how did they defeat this one? Especially since it could regenerate. Tagata could punch it away, but that wouldn't be good enough. Shoyuta doubted that this one would be as docile as the other one, meaning it would kill whoever it found in the area it landed. 50%. Mirio said and landed a hit that actually drove the Numu back. It crashed through several, miraculously still standing grave markers, but was quick to recover. Aizawa could see that there was no damage to the Numu, but he suspected it possessed accelerated healing. Fight good. The Numu said. There was a genuine note of happiness in its tone. Aizawa couldn't reciprocate. It was good that Mirio was still fighting, but how were they going to win? Can you use your quirk? Shoyuta yelled at Mirio. I am, the candidate shouted back. I mean permeation to trap it, Aizawa clarified. It doesn't apply to others. That sort of made sense. If Mirio could extend permeation, then he wouldn't lose his clothes when he used it. It didn't help them now. The Numu closed again with Mirio, who didn't move. The Numu's punches passed through him, but the creature was quick to realize what that meant. It went low, sweeping one leg around. The candidate jumped, but the Numu had been expecting that and hit him hard. Mirio was driven back, but Aizawa could see that he was hyperventilating. Then he released a breath before drawing as much air into his lungs as he could. Shoyuta didn't know what he was doing, even as he disappeared. Like the Numu, Aizawa began looking for Mirio. The candidate usually used his power to drop down to take a more commanding position. It was usually quick, and then Shoyuta realized why Mirio had taken a deep breath. He was going to hold out as long as he could. The seconds ticked by. Half a minute, a full minute. The Numu growled. Ran, it snarled. Then Mirio exploded from the ground. Aizawa knew he was watching someone with perfect control of his quirk. The candidate grabbed the Numu as he flashed past, pulling the huge creature into the air with him from the force of deactivating his quirk. The creature was quick to react and tried to hit Mirio even as it was dragged into the air. At the apex, Mirio released it and kicked it to jump higher. The jump served only to separate them. Aizawa nodded, it made sense. The Numu was still dangerous in the air. Except. He felt his eyes widen. The Numu didn't fall. Instead, its arms altered and it drove them down. It could fly. A whining sound filled the air. It came from the Numu. Aizawa squinted. It had jets. The Numu turned on the candidate, kicking at him. Mirio activated Permeate and the kick passed through him. That seemed to frustrate the Numu. It kicked again and tried to bite. Again, the movement passed through Mirio and Tagata began to fall. Fight! The Numu snarled. Mirio landed. Any suggestions? He called out. Nothing pertinent, Aizawa replied. Can you bring it down? Shoyuta knew what was being asked. He activated his quirk, looking up at the Numu. His quirk didn't work on those with mutant-type quirks, but transformation quirks were something else. The Numu flapped its arms hard and the whine disappeared. It realized what was happening and snarled, "Get him!" It was only belatedly that Aizawa remembered that there was another Numu present. He was forced to look away as the other attacked. Mirio had used the time well though, and had pulled at the fence surrounding the cemetery. He pulled out one of the metal uprights. It was rather old-fashioned, wrought iron with a spear-like topper. As Shoyuta dodged the other Numu, he saw Mirio use the metal fence paling like a bowstaff. The original Numu landed and attacked Mirio, and that was all Aizawa could see for the moment. He hoped Mirio could do something. The Numu attacking him wasn't as large, but it was and well-muscled. Aizawa had yet to see a Numu that wasn't a solid mass of muscle, so that even without strength augmentation it was likely to be stronger than him. He tried his quirk on it but couldn't see any difference. He ran, but the Numu chased, and just as he was about to reach the edge of the cemetery it jumped. Aizawa didn't see it because he was frozen. There, coming up the path, was two civilians. It looked like a man helping his frail mother. Shit! The Numu landed on his back, driving him into the ground. Shoyuta screamed. Stay away! He didn't see if they heard. He couldn't imagine how they couldn't, but the Numu slammed his head into the ground. He tasted dirt and blood again and braced as well as he could. There was nothing he could do to escape, and Mirio was already occupied. That's enough, Numu. The voice was soft and well-spoken. Aizawa couldn't place it, and it was only after a moment he realized what had been said. Then he recognized the voice. Curate, he managed to gasp out. Aizawa, the politician, greeted him. I had hoped to pay my respects to my father, but dash. Bullshit. Shoyuta managed to spit. He had become far less tolerant as time went on, especially when he was in pain. He tried to twist around to look at the representative. Imoku chuckled. Let him watch, he instructed the Numu. Somehow the causal order didn't surprise him. Aizawa had long believed that Imoku Kakariri was the leader of the league. The fact that he could order the Numu merely confirmed it. The creature sitting on him shifted slightly but never gave him enough freedom of movement to break free. It wrenched his head so that he could see Mirio. The candidate was still facing off against the Numu and had used the fence as a weapon. It was embedded in the Numu's chest but didn't appear to be hindering it. As Shoyuta was forced to watch the Numu pulled out the iron stake and the wound began healing. Aizawa glared. The wound stopped closing. The original Numu spun the metal bar and didn't appear to notice that the wound wasn't healing. Unfortunately for him, Imoku did. The politician sighed, and from the corner of his eye he saw the man gesture at the Numu that was holding him down. His head was slammed into the ground again, breaking the effects of his quirk, and on high end, the wound sealed. But it had given Shoyuta a method of winning. Mirio apparently had seen it as well because he immediately feinted towards them. The huge Numu didn't let him. "Please do not interfere with High-End's fight," Imoku warned Shoyuta almost conversationally. "It's very difficult to arrange good fights for him and I don't want him to feel cheated." There were multiple meanings in that explanation. It must have taken Imoku a while to confirm that here did not have security cameras as well, otherwise someone might have already noticed. "Mother, please just sit here," Imoku continued, guiding his mother to one of the graves that was elevated. It was almost like a seat and the woman sat on it carefully, resting her walking stick beside her. Shoyuta was reminded that while he had spied on the woman, she really was very frail. "Why are you here?" Aizawa gasped. The politician moved to stand near him but was still in earshot of his mother. "Curiosity got the best of me," he admitted. "And you are happy revealing everything?" Shoyuta asked, flicking his eyes towards Imoku's mother. Kakaridi smiled. Aizawa wasn't sure if it was at his question, or at the way the Numu, apparently named High-End, managed to slam a fist into Mirio. "I have no secrets from my mother," he said. "I find that hard to believe," Shoyuta countered. "That is your problem," Imoku dismissed his concerns. Aizawa had to admit it really was the least of the worries now, and it wasn't his fault if the woman learned things about her son she wasn't happy about, though the fact that she had meekly accepted deceit told him she was either infirm in her mind or she already knew. "What were you curious about?" he asked, trying to a different tact. He now wished he hadn't dropped his phone. He could probably have squirmed enough to activate the record function. That would then provide evidence. "I was curious to know who you called. High-End said he'd give you the chance to call someone, but I wasn't sure you'd take it. I wanted to know if it would be Mirio or my dear friend Katsuki." Shoyuta did his best not to react to that, but he couldn't suppress all his reaction. "Izuku Midoriya," he whispered the name. Believing that Imoku was the leader of the league, even if he couldn't prove it, was one thing. Accepting Bakuga's explanation that the almost 50-year-old Imoku was really the late 20s Izuku Midoriya was another thing. He'd accepted it, because it did make some sense, but there had always been a kernel within that hadn't truly accepted it. But the almost 50-year-old Imoku Kakaridi would not call Bakugo a dear friend if there was not history there, and the history between Katsuki and Imoku was well documented. The history between Bakugo and Midoriya was far more personal. His whispered words got Imoku to look at him. The politician smiled, but it was indescribably smug. The green-haired man didn't deny anything. "I guess I also came for your curiosity, but if you know that name, then you know everything you need to. I would, after all, hate for you to die with unanswered questions." Aizawa didn't dignify that with an answer. Imoku jerked his head back to the fight at his silence. "You should watch. It is not every day you get to see a battle involving this much power, and besides, you are bearing witness to history." "History?" Shoyuta grunted. "I killed all for one," Imoku told him, "so there is no longer any need for one for all." "Lies," Aizawa gasped. It didn't matter what power the representative thought he had, if he'd killed all for one then that couldn't have been kept quiet. And all for one had been in the highest security wing of Tartarus. The security in that section made the security in the normal wing, where Twice was currently residing, look like it was a kindergarten. There was no way Imoko got close enough to All for One to speak to him, let alone kill him. You do remember the quirk-destroying bullets some heroes were once given? It wasn't a question Shoyuta was expecting, but he nodded. Tomura gave me 2 of them, Imoko told him. I was forced to use the one I intended for Tomura on overhaul. Imoko's mother gave a titter of laughter at that. I had half the contents of the last bullet were pumped into All for One. Given the efficiency of delivery and his overall physical condition, half was more than sufficient to remove his quirks. Time did the rest. Aizawa wasn't stupid. At that point, several things became clear. He had heard of Carry and he now knew how it had been developed. The second half of the bullet must have been it. Ah, you understand, Imoko murmured. But watch now, he instructed. Shoyuta didn't like the sound of that, but compelled he looked over to where he had last seen Mirio. The Numu had one impossibly long arm extended and had grabbed Mirio's forearm. Aizawa frowned. That shouldn't be causing a problem. Tagata should be able to use permeation to escape. The look of suppressed panic on the boy's face wasn't reassuring. It appears Tagata can't phase if something is piercing his body, Imoko said gently. Though the politician broke off, as if he wasn't happy with something. Aizawa wasn't sure what it could be. He watched as High-End punched at Mirio, but the boy was ready for it. He might not be able to phase his arm, but he could phase the rest of him. The punch passed through him. The Numu wasn't happen. Aizawa didn't see what it did, but Mirio screamed. He tried to pull away, but the Numu held tight. Shoyuta felt sick. As Imoko said, he was watching history and he didn't like it. History wasn't meant to be so viscerally personal. The Numu didn't like Mirio using permeation, and now that it was pointed out, Aizawa could see the way the dark flesh had been driven into Mirio's arm. There was blood dripping from the hold. As he watched, High-End reached out, stretching one arm impossibly long towards the metal fence stake Mirio had pulled up earlier. It gripped it and drew it back and then stabbed it towards Mirio's body. The former sidekick permeated around it, but the Numu held it in place. Aizawa felt his eyes widen when he realized what the creation was going to do. Mirio couldn't breathe while his quirk was active. When he deactivated it, he would be driven off the stake, but he would be solid and the Numu was fast enough to take advantage of it. Somehow, even with no lips, its visage stretched into a smile. The look of panic on Mirio's face confirmed Aizawa's thoughts about the Numu's plan, but how had it figured it out? High-End is quite intelligent, Imoko told him. What? Shoyuta demanded. The politician didn't look at him, but his face stretched into a smile. Everyone seems to believe that High-End is stupid, and while he is rather challenged in some aspects, when it comes to fighting, he learns very fast. Though, even without your assistance, his healing isn't as fast as it should be. What? Aizawa demanded. Why couldn't the politician make sense? Imoku sighed. The Numu Todoroki killed was released because it was deteriorating. High-End is better made, but he's beginning to show signs of age. The man gave a soft snort of laughter. Understandable, I suppose. He is now at least 40 and that's past fighting prime. There was nothing Aizawa could say to that. Mirio couldn't hold his breath any longer and rephased into solid form. He somehow managed to do it so that he was twisting away from the stake that he was flung off, but the Numu was pushing it forward, and it opened a cut over Mirio's chest. High-End smiled further, as if its theory was confirmed, and it yanked the tangible Mirio towards him, stabbing again with the stake. Tagata managed to avoid it, but Shoyuta already knew it was only a matter of time. He couldn't hold his breath forever, and unless something changed then. He didn't like that thought because he knew what would happen to him afterwards. Why are you doing this? He asked, knowing there was very little he could do to help Mirio. Why? Imoku replied with his own question. You are a powerful man. You have changed the law. You have improved the position of the quirkless. You have gotten what you want. There is no need to kill him. There was unexpected passion in Aizawa's voice. The politician chuckled. You ask me that, knowing full well that his goal is to change everything I have done, Imoko said, gesturing to where Mirio was in a desperate struggle. Not everything, Aizawa defended. The work Imoko had done to recognize quirkless rights was not something that needed to be changed. Returning heroes will destroy all the work I have done for the quirkless, Imoko said, somehow realizing what work Aizawa wanted to keep. I thought you might have a more realistic view given that you were an underground hero, but I guess you still have that naive view. Shoyuta was insulted by that. I grew up, Imoku continued. On that rooftop, when All Might told me I was worthless because I didn't have an appropriate quirk, I grew up. I stopped looking at the world through the lens of heroes. I saw what they were doing. There was too much disconnect between them and the rest of the people. Quirks were everything. They're not, Aizawa said. Quirks aren't everything, he clarified. Yet all the schools ever did was find ways for those bearing more and more unusual quirks to become heroes. You could have a weak quirk, but so long as you were creative enough with its use, you could still become a hero. But the limit was always the quirk, and the more powerful, the better. Those without quirks, useless. Shoyuta felt cold. He knew where Izuku got that view from. Bakugo screamed it every time they met. It was embodied in the name the vigilante called Imoku. Deku. Useless. There is still too much of a belief in heroes for me to allow Tagata to gain power. There are those who naively view heroes as being able to solve every problem. Yatarida is one. That was something they didn't know, and for an instant, Aizawa felt as if they had hope. If Mirio got into the House of Representatives, then Yatarida, the opposition leader, and likely to be the new prime minister, would be sympathetic to his policy to return heroes. They could win. A scream from Mirio broke the illusion. High-End had not let go, but had managed to push Mirio over onto his back. One of the Numu's feet was pressing down on Tagata's chest. The former sidekick had avoided the worst by using permeate to sink into the ground, but he could not rise back up. Shoyuta could hear the crack as his ribs broke from where he was pinned. You are just going to watch a murder? Aizawa snarled the question to Imoku's mother. She was still sitting on the grave, but had brought her walking stick up so that it was upright and she was resting both her hands on the handle. Why would I stop it? She asked, her voice paper dry. There was complete unconcern in the tone. It did not suit a woman who had to be at least 70. Why was she so cold? Given that Imoku was actually Izuku, hadn't the League just paid off an older woman? There were plenty of women who would do that for the right money. There were plenty of men as well. They would have picked someone sympathetic to their cause, but she couldn't be this cold. This had to be her first time witnessing a murder. Imoku laughed. The sound was frustratingly rich and genuinely amused. He doesn't know, he said between chuckles. Aizawa would have demanded more information, but there was another cry from Mirio. Thankfully he couldn't see the Numu's face. The flaps of skin on its neck were shading the long teeth and exposed brain, but he could tell the creature was happy. It raised the metal stake high and Shoyuta watched the Numu plunge it down. He activated his quirk, but it stopped nothing, and there was a sickening thunk as the metal pierced through Mirio's flesh. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his skin. His eyes were wide, wider than Aizawa had ever seen them, and he could see the way Mirio's muscles were straining against the Numu. But no matter how strong the former sidekick was, High-End was stronger, especially with the injuries Mirio now had. It ground the stake in Mirio's body, eliciting another scream. You won't get away with this, Shoyuta hissed. He could hear the wet labor-ned tone of Tagata's breathing from here. Let me worry about that, Imoku told him. It told Aizawa that the politician had thought of the consequences. Shoyuta would like to say that he couldn't have thought of everything, but history was definitely on the representative's side. High-End let go of Mirio's arm, and Aizawa could see that it was a bloody mess. The Numu had managed to drive something into the flesh to ensure it remained holding. There was a solid thump as it fell to the ground. Then the Numu stepped back. Good fight, it declared. Was it? Imoku asked. High-End turned to the representative. The Numu grinned. Yes, master. I'm glad, Imoku said. Aizawa felt sick. Make sure he is dead, Kakaridi ordered, his eyes cold as he looked at Mirio. Aizawa wanted to scream that Mirio was dead, that they should leave him, but his voice died in his throat. He knew it wouldn't do anything and he didn't want to hear whatever counter Imoku had. He felt sick enough. The Numu nodded and reached down, grabbing Mirio by the head and hauling him upwards. There was a wet sound as the metal stake moved within his body. Your enemy, all for one, has gone ahead, Imoku said, and for a moment Aizawa didn't know who he was talking to. Rest now, one for all, he concluded as High-End pulled. Flesh tore, and blood and bone splattered to the ground. The Numu abandoned the pieces as it made its way towards them. Shoyuta swallowed hard. You won't get away with this, he said again. There will footage. There is a record. There had to be a record. Some footage from some security camera showing Imoku leading his mother up here. The police would find it. They'd question the representative. They'd work things out. There had to be something, but Aizawa had the sinking feeling that Bakuga's oath would be needed. Katsuki had once sworn that it would be over his dead body that Imoku won. It looked like it might take that. I told you, let me worry about that, Imoku repeated, turning to face him fully. The politician crouched so that they were more level. The Numu sitting on Aizawa didn't move. What will satisfy you? Shoyuta asked. He glared at Imoku. When will it be enough? He added, wanting to gesture to the blood that covered High-End. In his experience, villains like Imoku were never satisfied. There was always an enemy, always someone to kill, and that's where they made their mistake. If he was going to die, then he prayed that this would be Kakaridi's mistake. Imoku smiled at him, as if he was remembering something. It will be enough when I have the power to save everyone. Aizawa didn't know what to think about that. He had no time to think about it because the Numu gripped his head. The other Numu, High-End, stood behind Imoku, looking over his shoulder like some parody of a bodyguard. This one fight? Imoku stood before looking up at the larger creature. This one is weak, remember, he asked. High-End nodded, remembering. Weaker than Master. Kakaridi chuckled, and reached one hand up to touch the bare muscle of High-End's shoulder. I'll see if I can get you another fight. Someone different, he added. Another fight? High-End almost cheered the words. Maybe, Imoku agreed before turning back to Aizawa. He crouched again, and High-End dropped his head, so that it was about the same height as Imoku's. There was the sound of sirens in the distance. Aizawa felt frustrated hearing them. What had taken so long? Why now, when it was too late? We need to go, Mrs. Kakaridi said. We do, but I think there is time for one more question, Imoku said. A last request, he added, looking at Shoyuta, with one eyebrow raised. It was an obvious inquiry. Except there was nothing left to ask. All he could do now was try to get some warning to the police who were rushing to the scene. He had to get warning to anyone, any way he could. Aizawa wrenched his head up. It exposed his throat, but he didn't care. The position meant he could look the representative in the eye. You can kill, and kill, and kill, but with the path you've chosen you will never be safe from a knife in the back, he said softly. Imoku rested his elbows on his knees, leaning forward. He was balanced on his toes. But I will get away with enough, he breathed his response, before nodding at the Numu. Aizawa glared, his quirk active. He didn't feel the Numu's comparatively huge hands grip his head. The last thing he saw was Kakaridi rising to his feet, his expensive shoes once again flat on the ground. Then, there was a crack, as his neck was broken and everything went black. A fop. Never tell the truth to people who are not worthy of it. Notes. I'm sure there are 2 questions about this chapter. 1. Did anyone see them going to the cemetery? And 2. How did Izuku and Toga get away? No one saw them coming to the cemetery because their driver dropped them off in a blind spot, and since there is no evidence Representative Kakariri was there, no one asked questions of the driver, and guess who the driver is loyal to first and foremost? How did Izuku get away? High-End can store other Numus, and so Izuku allowed himself and Toga to be put into storage and High-End flew away. Or High-End is bloody huge. He can fly off carrying Izuku and Toga. Or they called Kurogiri. Pick whichever one you like. Bakugo felt sick. Not that it wasn't his usual feeling when he saw Kakariri, but this time it was worse. Izuku was dressed in black and was giving a speech. It was a funeral speech and it was being televised. We cannot let violence dictate our lives, he was saying. Katsuki clenched his teeth. He was willing to bet both hands that Izuku was the source of the violence. The police had found a ruined graveyard, 2 bodies and blood, and not all of it belonged to the bodies. The perpetrator wasn't there and there was no CCTV footage of anything. Bakugo snarled at the screen. He knew what had happened. He'd told Kirishima, but the Special Forces officer had simply shaken his head. He hadn't even questioned Kakariri. He wasn't there, is what Kirishima told him. That might have been true. But Izuku sure as hell knew what went down. He'd ordered it. Of that, Katsuki was positive. And now, their last hope of legitimately defeating fucking Deku was gone. We must continue to be vigilant. We must continue to let the law deal with the issues we discover in life. Oh, he did not say that. Katsuki snarled at the TV. Fucking Deku had not just implied that Tagata was out being a vigilante when he was killed. Except, Bakugo knew what he'd heard, and he knew what others would hear. Without a perp, the press were going to have a field day. They would run so many stupid stories. Katsuki knew they would because that fucking Deku would tell them to. It didn't matter what Tagata had been there for, by the time shitty Deku's press was through with him, he'd be the losing vigilante in a fight against. Fuck. Bakugo swore with some heat. It could very well be him. Deku's press could spin the story that Tagata had gotten into a fight with him. Shit, shit, shit. That explained Kirishima's look. When Bakugo had become a vigilante, he had known he couldn't rely on anything except cash. He had a cheap apartment in a bad part of town. His reputation was enough to keep things safe. His reputation and a few well-timed beatdowns. But he still focused on getting anything at a bargain price. It meant it was easier to replace and he could spend more on items for heroics. Not that he needed much, but he had priorities, such as several special soak pads for his sweat, and a few other surprises in the event he had to get serious. However, it did mean he was a loner. He didn't have a fucking alibi for the day that Tagata was killed. Nothing that would hold up anyway. Kirishima hadn't given him a warning, which meant shitty Deku hadn't started that campaign. That meant he had some time. That was good. He couldn't come up with an alibi, but he could do other things. He shook his head, snorting. He should have known he'd be in this alone. He should have refused to meet with the others when Aizawa had invited him. They hadn't known what they were getting into. They thought that shitty Deku was just another villain. They didn't know he was far more than that. And now, it was down to him. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. Well, it had always been up to him. Fucking Deku. Katsuki looked back to the screen. Deku was still speaking. While he didn't know Mirio that well, the fact that he had been a candidate for the House of Representatives meant at least some of the politicians were there. Shitty Deku, as one of the youngest, had been invited to speak. They invited the murderer to speak and Bakugo could tell from HS posture that Deku fucking thought he'd won. Over his dead body. No, wait. Over Deku's. The fucker had had his own way long enough. His phone pinged. Bakugo growled, but grabbed it. It was a message. A slow smile spread over his face. The message was encrypted, but he had been waiting for it. He finally had a lead on Dabi. It was time to take the fight to him. A fop. You know, it's been really annoying. Did you have to take him? Kaysen paused in the hallway. He was aware his boss, Dabi, had another boss, but it was one of those unspoken things Dabi hardly ever spoke about, or to his boss. So with the question from Dabi, Kaysen couldn't help but wonder if the man was here, or if Dabi was on the phone. His eyes scooted over to the door. Dabi's office overlooked the fighting pit, but he was in the corridor on the far side. The door was open a crack or he wouldn't have heard anything. The office had the best soundproofing of the entire building. He nearly peed himself when he saw the outline of another person there. Shit. Kaysen thought to himself, his eyes like saucers. Dabi's mysterious boss was right here. The League's leader was just there. The ultimate criminal mastermind who ran everything from the deepest fucking shadows. A man no one knew, but everyone respected, because it was rumored that if you offended him, then you just disappeared. No questions asked. This was the man who ran the underworld with an iron fist. He didn't know if he should faint or scream or cry. He did know that he was going to listen as much as he could. This was an unexpected opportunity. The man sighed. Kaysen couldn't see anything but his outline. The door wasn't open enough for much more than that, and he was thankful he could see that much. It was like he was in the presence of God. High End has been on my back to have another good fight, Dabi clarified his complaint to the boss. They were obviously discussing the League's affairs. Kaysen almost shuddered at the mention of that monster. It was huge, stupidly strong, and obsessed with fighting. Of course, it did great in the fighting ring, but Kaysen wasn't sure it could be called human. And he didn't like the way it looked down on them all, as if it would as soon as kill them as simply let them be in the same room. You said you had someone coming through the ranks? Yeah, he won the Osaka round the other day, Dabi said. The villain was proud that he could follow the conversation. He knew who the boss was referring to. Dabi ran fighting rings all over the country. They were all heats to get into the main underground fight, where the fighters eventually faced off against High End. The fact that the monster hadn't been defeated in years just made it the goal of all the wannabes. There was always more morons who had more balls than brains willing to fight and die. Most of them died against High End. That's what underground rings were about. Is he any good? I mean, really good? Maybe. Anyone who went up against High End had to be really good or they wouldn't survive. Most didn't anyway. Accelerate the ranks then? The boss suggested. I'll think about it, Dabi said. He should be coming here later today, the acting leader shrugged. I'll decide then. It was an interesting dynamic. Kaysen hadn't expected to hear that Dabi could say no to a suggestion. He always thought the boss was absolute. It's up to you. You are in charge of the fighting rings, the boss said. It couldn't be that simple, could it? Would the mysterious head of the underworld really just let Dabi do what he wanted because he'd been put in charge of that aspect? That was the level of trust that existed between Dabi and his boss, Kaysen realized. Dabi was the acting head. The public head of the underworld, so of course the real boss trusted him. How are you going with Explodokill? The boss asked. Dabi huffed. It was audible from where Kaysen was standing, looking at the outline of the boss. With Mustard and Ijiko gone and Twice captured, I'm going to have problems with what you want. I can't get Twice out, the unknown man said. Kaysen remembered that Twice was in Tartarus. It made sense that there were limits, even for his ultimate boss. I still want to kill him, Dabi assured the man. Oh, I don't doubt that. Dabi sighed again. What is it? The boss asked. He sounded genuinely concerned. I know you said we could go wild against him, Kaisen heard Dabi begin to explain. But I don't think many of us want to come out again. Ah. Kaisen didn't know how he knew it, but he could just see the understanding look on the boss's face. It was in the depth of that single syllable. You aren't surprised? Dabi accused. I had accounted for it. You've had 10 years of peace and profit, the boss said with a chuckle. Why risk that on a vigilante? Especially when it's just going to bring unwanted attention. That makes us sound selfish, Dabi objected. The boss laughed again. Villains are selfish, he told the acting leader. Yeah, but you ordered us to kill him. No. I said if you wanted to run wild, then you had to kill him. Except he's been killing us regardless. He never stopped looking for you all, the boss said. Fuck, Dabi growled. We fucking lost twice, Ujiko and Mustard because of him. The boss said nothing. Kaisen didn't know what was going on. We will get him, the boss said finally. Eventually. I can make a plan if needed. You said you'd judge ours, Dabi said with an odd lilt. That was before he got so aggressive. He's not going to be a danger to you? Dabi asked suddenly. The man was silent for a few moments. He'll probably take a crack at me, he replied with a theatrical chuckle. Kaisen was reassured just hearing it. The boss was confident. It's about all he has left, since I've taken out the rest of the problems. Dabi snorted a response to that. Kaisen wondered exactly who the boss was talking about. There was no question that he was talking about murder. It didn't bother Kaisen. That was just an occupational hazard of the industry, but whoever the boss had taken out must have been special, simply because they warranted his attention. Though there was another implication with the response. Someone out there, who wasn't the upper echelons of the league, knew who the boss was. Who the hell could learn that? And how? Kaisen knew most new league members, as soon as they found out that Dabi wasn't the highest boss, tried to work out who that real boss was, but no one ever did. That someone had, that an enemy had worked it out, Kaisen wasn't sure what he thought of that. How did he find out about you anyway? Dabi asked. It was the question Kaisen wanted to know as well. I told him. What? That was Kaisen's reaction as well. We grew up together, Dabi, the boss continued. He didn't sound annoyed. He was always going to know I am me. You know that isn't possible. Oh, it's possible, the boss laughed. You just haven't worked out how yet. You can't be younger than me. Why not? Imoku. You are 48 and a member of the House of Representatives. You are not the same age as my younger brother. Kaisen froze at sentence. If he thought his eyes had been wide earlier, they were stretched tight now. He knew that name. He'd been around Dabi long enough that he'd learned more about politics than he ever wanted. He knew the name of Imoku Kakariri. Suddenly Dabi's interest in politics made perfect sense. But... Fuck. He wasn't meant to hear that name. He wasn't meant to hear any of this. His throat tightened. Kaisen scrambled away from the door. He hit the other side of the corridor, still scrambling. The noise was his undoing. Shit. That was Dabi. There were quick steps and the door was flung open. Dabi glared at him. There was murder in the fire villain's eyes. Kaisen was reminded that while Dabi was pretty cool to work for, he was still a villain. Behind him another man appeared. Kaisen's eyes fixed on him. His eyes were green, to match his hair, and he appeared calm. Then the green eyes dismissed him. This is what it felt like to be an ant. He gulped, trying to moisten a mouth that went dry. I think we have larger problems, Imoku murmured, putting one hand on Dabi's shoulder. Kaisen couldn't follow his gaze. Dabi did. Fuck, the fire villain said before he threw a gout of flame down the corridor. It was only because Kaisen was already against the wall that it missed him. The fire was blocked by an explosion. Fucker, there was curse, and Kaisen wrenched his eyes away from Imoka to look down the corridor. Even with Dabi's display of power, the representative, the league's leader, seemed calm. Kaisen didn't know how, especially when he saw who was here. Explodo kill. What was the vigilante doing here, with a wildly pleased grin on his face? Dabi sent another gout of fire towards him before throwing himself backwards and slamming the door to his office. It wasn't what Kaisen expected, though the motion made sense. There was only one reason Explodo kill would be here, and they had to protect the boss. The vigilante stormed down the corridor. His eyes were red and burning, and he snarled at the door. Kaisen was ignored. He didn't know what to thought about that. Deku! Explodo kill screamed. They weren't going to hear him. Not in Dabi's office. Kaisen wasn't sure what to do. Just a moment before he had been under a death gaze, now he was forgotten. No, not forgotten. He'd be dealt with later. He felt cold. Fuck. He never wanted that. But Kaisen knew, as soon as the vigilante was dealt with, he'd be next. And he had no doubt that the boss had already worked out how to deal with the vigilante. Unless he dealt with this situation first. Which would prove his loyalty. Which would save his life. Kaisen looked up from where he had fallen against the wall. Explodo kill's back was to him. The vigilante was screaming at the door. His quirk was making explosions in his hands. Kaisen watched as he slammed his hands into the door. Burn marks appeared on it, but the structure was solid. It was designed that way. The vigilante wasn't paying any attention to him. Good. Slowly, Kaisen reached around his body. He didn't have a powerful quirk, at least, nothing powerful enough that he wanted to risk attacking Explodo kill in the back with it. His quirk was one of those ones deemed worthless. So he joined the league. There had been those who had only focused on quirks, but generally the league focused on results. He'd given them results. Just not with his quirk. Still, today, his gun felt cold in his hand as he clasped it. He pulled it out of the holster he kept it in. It was in the small of his back. Kaisen brought his hand around. He was slightly surprised by how steady it was. He lined his gun up, aiming for the center of Explodo kill's back. He would definitely be rewarded for this. The vigilante was concentrating on the door, sending explosion after explosion at it. Dabi was no fool. His office was reinforced. All it was doing was leaving burn marks on the door and the panels beside it. Kaisen squeezed the trigger. Ugh! An explosion threw his hand off, and then he felt something hit his head. The gun clattered from his hand. He blinked at the new angle, trying to work out what had happened. He looked up at the vigilante. Explodo kill was turned towards him now. His red eyes were mad. Kaisen realized what must have happened. The vigilante had thrown off his aim and kicked him. All in the one movement. He couldn't even groan, and everything hurt with that one kick. Actually, that might be useful. The voice belonged to Explodo kill. The vigilante bent down to pick up his gun. Thanks, fucker. The world went dark. A fop. Dabi's office might be soundproofed, but Izuku could still hear the explosions from Katsuki against the door. Dabi had slammed the door and the locks were holding, but it was only a matter of time, and they both knew it. I guess he's taking a crack at us both, Imoka said, referencing his earlier conversation with Dabi. Call Kurogiri. Dabi urged. The villain didn't find this funny. I'm not completely useless, Imoka defended, creating a shower of sparks. It was a forcible reminder of what he had done to All Might. You can do that to him? Dabi demanded. Maybe, Imoka was forced to admit. There are a lot of sparks in the human body, and it takes me a while to isolate the right ones, he explained. That's why I had to talk to him. Then call Kurogiri. Dabi countered. Imoko glanced over at the window. There was floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the fighting ring in Dabi's office. Can't we call high-end? He made the counter-suggestion, wincing as a particularly loud explosion actually rattled the door. Whatever Dabi had constructed wasn't going to hold against Bakugo when he was this determined. Dabi cocked his head at that before he grinned. It wasn't a nice grin. It would solve the problem, he admitted. He moved to the side wall and Imoko watched as he tapped a series on the wood paneling. There was nothing about the wood to say there was anything different, but Dabi then stepped to the side, away from the windows and pushed at one of the panels. It gave away. Ingenious, Imoko murmured. Just touching the wall wouldn't open it, which meant no one would find the passage without knowing it was already there, or taking down the entire wall. Go! Dabi insisted, gesturing for him to go through. Izuku wasn't afraid of facing Katsuki, but he would much rather it be on his terms. He crawled into the passageway and was pleased to see that there were several lights in there. They were tiny LED lights that gave just enough illumination to see by. He kept crawling. This suit was being burned when this was over. Izuku grinned to himself. He'd sacrifice a suit any day to have Bakugo brought low. Go left, Dabi said from behind him. Imoko obliged as he continued crawling. The passage wasn't that long, but he knew it wouldn't come out close to Dabi's office. How many passages do you have? Imoko asked over his shoulder. A few, Dabi admitted. I had this building set up to my spec, he explained. They crawled further and there was a thud from behind them. I think he's just found the office, Imoko told his underling. And we made it to the exit, Dabi replied. Imoko looked back to see Dabi press against a panel. It gave an Imoko got a vision of some of the seating. It was near the fighting ring. He backed up, and out of the passage, before standing. His initial impression had been right. They were in the seating area of the fighting ring. Imoko looked up. They were also out of the line of sight from Dabi's office. Clever, he murmured. The fire villain grinned at him as he replaced the panel. This way, he said after it was done, gesturing towards the ring. It wasn't so much a ring as a flat area. Hanging above it was a cage. The cage could be dropped to provide cage matches on an as-needed basis. There was seating all around, except for a few tunnels. Izuku realized those tunnels were there so that fighters could make dramatic entrances. Where's high end? He asked, walking towards the open area. High end. Dabi yelled. There was an answering roar. Imoko caught on. Good fight. He added his voice. The answering roar was closer and definitely carried a note of happiness. Cheater, Dabi muttered. Imoko gave him a smirk before looking up towards Dabi's office. His smirk shifted into a grin. Bakugo was visible in the window. Izuku was sure the glass could be set to one-way viewing, but his old friend wasn't caring about that. His grin widened as Katsuki drove a fist into the glass. Oh. Bakugo was so predictable. Fight? The question came from high end as the Numu strode into the ring. He hunched over and looking around eagerly for his opponent. Where fight? High end demanded. Imoko pointed for the Numu's benefit. High end looked upwards, the light of his eyes narrowing as he saw Bakugo. No need to go to him, Imoko warned when High End's arms began shifting into wings to accompany the jets that appeared on his shoulders. He'll come here. Katsuki confirmed Izuku's words when he slammed his fist into the window. It was powered by one of his explosions. Cracks appeared in the glass. That's reinforced. Dabi objected. There's a reason he's been a pain, Imoko said softly. Fuck it. Dabi growled, then turned towards High End. Kill him. he ordered. The Numu looked at Imoku, who nodded his confirmation. Another hit impacted the glass. It shattered. There was enough distance that they weren't showered with it. Deku! Katsuki screamed. Imoku winced. He had forgotten how loud Bakugo could be. The vigilante jumped down, slowing his descent with well-timed explosions. No need to yell, young man, Imoku said in his most pissy tone. He knew it would annoy Katsuki more. Fucking Deku! He growled as he landed. Cut the crap! Are you really sure you want me to, Ka-chan? He drew out the old endearment. You've had your way too long, the vigilante growled. Izuku laughed. You don't even recognize the gift I gave you, do you, Kaken? He asked, this time saying the old name normally. Gift, you fucker? Imoku smiled. Dabi was looking at him as if he was insane and high-end was just waiting. He knew he'd get to fight soon. 10 years, Kaken. I gave you 1 year for every year that you bullied me, so that you could live with the knowledge that I was better, that I have won. You've used those 10 years to try to take me down, and you failed. Imoku shook his head. And now, it's time for you to leave. Bakugo laughed. 10 years for you to gain an inflated opinion, fucking Deku. He growled. And a night for me to rip you a new one. You won't be getting out of here, Dabi announced. Shut up, Katsuki spat back, and Izuku was surprised to see the gun in his hand. It was not something he thought Bakugo would use. It was aimed at the fire villain. That's Dabi recognized it. The fucker who was listening in, Katsuki confirmed. Dabi growled and Izuku watched, almost in slow motion as Dabi snapped his hand up, fire already forming about to hit Bakugo. But Kaken was not one to hesitate. The bang echoed through the ring but was quickly drowned as Katsuki cursed. He made a throwing gesture, and Izuku recognized the gun as it was cast away. Bakugo shook his hand. He'd been burnt. Dabi's fire had hit him, or the gun at least. Ha! He barked. Imoku looked towards Dabi. The fire villain was still standing, but there was a shocked look on his face. And a perfect hole in his forehead. His body crumpled. He felt a smile stretch his features as he turned back to his old friend. His expression was enough for Bakugo to pause. Thank you, Izuku said easily. What? Katsuki demanded. Thank you, Imoku repeated, still smiling. He held up one hand, making sure the gesture wasn't threatening. You've taken out Compress, twice, Mustard, Ujiko and Dabi. He ticked off the league members on each finger as he spoke. And they were the ones I had doubts about, so thank you. After all, as their boss, it wouldn't have been proper for me to do it, would it? He asked laconically, already knowing his words would anger the vigilante. Compress was independent. He would have gone his own way. Twice probably wouldn't have meant to betray him but couldn't have helped himself with his nature. Mustard had come into villainy too young and had been content to be one of Biosimip's suppliers, but he hadn't been careful. Ujiko was operating her own businesses, at the expense of his and Dabi. Well, there was every indication Dabi had been content, but the villain was showing signs of resentment at only every being number two. His acceptance of Toga's half-brained plan was proof of that. He had been looking, unconsciously perhaps, for a way out. Not that Imoku wouldn't have used him for longer, but sometimes, sacrifices had to be made. That leaves others, Bakugo snarled. Izuku chuckled. Himiko? He shook his head. It was amusing to see that Katsuki grimaced at the name. He knew what Izuku was saying. Toga was loyal to him. Kurogiri? Izuku named the next league member. He tooted at Bakugo. I am the last of those chosen by Sensei, he told his old friend. It was explanation enough. Spinner? Bakugo said the name, conceding the warp villain's loyalty. At that, Izuku actually laughed. Spinner watched me kill Stain's perfect hero, All Might, he said. It didn't need much more explanation than that. If Spinner let All Might die, then he was no longer truly loyal to Stain but was loyal to Izuku. Fucking Deku! Bakugo roared as he charged. There was nothing left to say. Izuku didn't move. High End did. The huge Numu simply stepped in front of him and all Izuku felt was the wash from Katsuki's explosions. They tugged at his pants but nothing more. Have a good fight, Izuku wished High End. I will watch from over there, he said, indicating towards the tunnel the Numu had appeared from. It would provide the most cover for him because he knew, even with High End here, Bakugo would be gunning for him. The Numu said nothing but Imoka knew he had heard. As he moved, the thought of what needed to be done. Before he left, he'd have to check if there were camera feeds here. He didn't think there were, but better to be safe than sorry. Or he'd ask Kurogiri. High End swung one arm at Katsuki. The vigilante dodged, thrusting his uninjured hand towards the Numu and exploding it. One thing Izuku could say about Bakugo was that his old friend knew when not to hold back. He wasn't now. The explosion was powerful. Izuku saw it actually scorch and burn High End's abdomen. The Numu felt it as well. It didn't hiss even as the muscle and skin healed, it was the opposite. High End was excited. Fight! He told Bakugo in a happy tone. Good fight! The vigilante took the initiative, throwing punches and enhancing each with explosions. Get out of my way! Katsuki screamed. Oh yes, his old friend wanted nothing more than for him to be on the receiving end of those punches, but High End wasn't going to allow that. The Numu closed with Bakugo. Imoku couldn't see much but he could hear the continuous detonation of explosions. He saw High End's skin char and blacken and heal again and again. His eyes narrowed. It was definitely slower. Maybe he should help, he could stop an explosion or two, but he knew High End would not approve. Instead he focused on Katsuki. Stopping a heart was a difficult job, he had to get a feel for the currents in Kaken's body. He was sure that High End would win, but Izuku hadn't got to where he was by not being willing to plan for contingencies. Fucker! Bakugo snarled, jumping back. He pulled something from the belt he had on. High End let him go. Imoku had seen the Numu fight in this ring before. He tended to allow his challengers to try a few things. Even though Imoku had ordered him to kill, he imagined High End would revert to his norms here. Now that Bakugo had cleaned up the league, it was time for him to move on. It would happen, Izuku just had to be patient and to enjoy the show. Still, he had time to plan. He'd have to replace Dabi. He could have worked with it if Dabi had survived today, but he hadn't, so that meant there had to be a replacement. It would be slightly difficult. Dabi was the established leader of the league to the underworld's masses. A smile stretched across Imoku's features. He still had Kurogiri, Himiko, and Spinner. They would support him. And if none of them wanted the leadership position, they could promote someone. It would be a challenge to keep that unknown in line. It would be fun. And he'd need something to do, since most of his enemies had rather courteously managed to die. After all, it wasn't like controlling the current opposition leader, and likely soon to be Prime Minister, Yatarida was going to be difficult. Dabi had been complacent today, given that underling had been listening in. Maybe that underling could be the leader? Imoku snorted. Probably not. He needed someone more bold, someone not afraid. It didn't really matter who, or if they wanted to betray him, he needed the challenge. Besides, it's not like whoever was chosen wouldn't trust him. Izuku turned his attention back to the fight in time to see Bakugo charge at High End. The thing he had taken from his belt was in one hand and Izuku had a sinking idea he knew what it was now. It was confirmed a moment later when there was a huge explosion. Imoka shielded himself as best he could, but in the tunnel he could still feel the blast of air and the wash of heat. High End roared from within the explosion. Imoka hunkered down, shielding his eyes as the explosion seemed to go on forever. What had Katsuki done? Usually his explosions were quick, and while Kaken could generate them one after the another that required a lot of sweat. It wasn't that hot in here. So what had he done? It had to be something to do with whatever he'd taken from his belt. Eventually the explosion faded. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he watched High-End fall to his knees. The Numu fell forward onto its face. Bakugo turned his eyes to him. Izuku could read the dismissal in the red orbs, but he knew High-End wasn't finished yet. As Katsuki took a step towards him, High-End moved. His large hand gripped the vigilante's ankle. Bakugo was quick to react. He spun, slamming his hands down on High-End's arm to explode the offending hand from his ankle. It worked, but High-End then rose, holding up the stump of his arm as the bone, muscle, and nerves reformed. Good fight, the Numu cheered, unconcerned with the healing state of his skin and hand. Imoko wasn't as relaxed. It was definitely too slow. He'd seen High-End fight for years, and this was noticeably slower than it had been. Still, Izuku was confident the Numu had what it took to kill Bakugo. He might be deteriorating with his healing, but Imoko could feel that High-End was more stable when he spoke to him with his quirk active. He would have to deal with it later. High-End swung again at Bakugo with his newly formed hand. Katsuki responded as he always did, with an explosion. It peeled the newly formed skin back. "Do you want a hand?" Imoko yelled to the Numu. "No," came the instant response. Izuku laughed. He had expected that reply. "Wouldn't work, fucking Deku," came a response from Bakugo. Imoko didn't say anything. He knew what Katsuki was referring to. The first time Bakugo had confronted him, he had stopped him from producing sparks to create his explosions. That was over 10 years ago. Bakugo had obviously learned some new tricks in the meantime. That was okay, he had as well. High-End caught Katsuki with a punch. The vigilante was punted back until he hit the first row of seats that surrounded the ring. He crashed into them, tumbling further back into the next few rows until he came to a halt. Bakugo was all limbs. He growled as High-End strode towards him. "Fucker!" Bakugo growled. Imoko couldn't help his widening eyes as he fished in his belt again. He focused his public quirk on his old friend, feeling the sparks in Katsuki's body. There were so many and he couldn't get a lock on them. He wasn't meant to. He really had to stretch spark to affect something that was really so subtle. It was far easier to affect Bakugo's hands. The spark was bigger. But he would do whatever it took. Imoko Kakariri was walking away from today. Shit! He thought to himself. The expletive wasn't that refined, but Bakugo was so predictable. The previous explosion had affected High-End, and in the vigilante's small mind, that meant a bigger explosion was obviously better. High-End would recover, so long as his head wasn't too badly damaged, but Izuku knew the look on Bakugo's face. He was going to make the biggest explosion he could. It wasn't hard to figure out what the things he pulled from his belt were. They must be concentrated sweat pouches or something similar. "You are dead, fucker!" Katsuki screamed as he got up and charged towards High-End. Imoko noticed something different with the way he ran. His fists were holding something and there was a glint on his glove. A knife, perhaps? The Numu meet Bakugo's charge. The creation wasn't afraid. Imoko thought that it didn't know how to be afraid. He could see that there were more of the explosive things in Bakugo's hands and Imoko focused on nulling the spark, but there was something wrong. Ha! Bakugo laughed an instant before impact with High-End. If Imoko had thought the explosion earlier was bad, this was worse. He was forced to hunker down in the tunnel, shielding his head with his arms. Something still hit him that wasn't just the shock wave. It was smaller and denser, and stun, almost like hail. The whole building shook. The noise was incredible, and Imoko could hear smaller, secondary explosions forming. Then he heard something splatter. It wasn't a single noise but continued, as if there was a gentle pitter-patter of rain. Izuku looked around. He didn't have to look far. There were little things falling to the ground at the entrance to the tunnel. There were some on him, those that had been flung more horizontally. There was the sickening smell of burning flesh. Izuku gagged. It had been years since he'd smelt it, but it brought back memories. It wasn't much of a comfort that it wasn't his flesh burning this time. Izuku swallowed hard, pushing down the nausea he felt at the reminder of his past. He thought he'd gotten over that. He would be getting over it very soon. Just as soon as Katsuki was gone for good. It was a catharsis he had been looking forward to for a while. The smell didn't linger, though the pitter-patter of rain did. That was a problem. Imoku knew what it meant. If Kaken had done it right, it wouldn't be high-end making the kill. Imoku focused. He knew what the glint on Bakugo's glove had been for now. It had been a blade, possibly one that split to make a hole, so of course his old friend had done it right. 10 years wouldn't have been enough to change that, and for Bakugo, Izuku knew he had always had the thought that there was no kill like overkill. His blade would have made an opening, so he could force his fist actually into high-end. This explosion had come from within the Numu. The pitter-patter was the bits of high-end raining back down into the ring. Well, that might have worked on high-end, but Izuku preferred the subtler approach. He suspected Kaken would be wanting evidence of his supposed corruption. He wouldn't make the same attack. The explosion faded as the pitter-patter did. Imoku was prepared for the result. High-end was. It was a misnomer to say he was down, or rather he was down to his legs. They were still standing, but as Imoku watched, they fell. The black skin on them lacked the sheen of the living. It was darker and almost granular. Carbonized. At least on the outside. The rest of the Numu's body couldn't be seen. Imoku looked around for High-End's head. If it survived, then he'd have to kill Bakugo, but he'd still have a champion for his fighting ring. The smoke cleared and allowed him to see Bakugo was holding it by the skin flap. Impressive, Imoku murmured. He was forced to admit that Kaken had come a long way with his control. When they were younger, Katsuki had just produced explosions. Now it appeared he could regulate the output. In this case, he'd made his explosion bigger, with help, and a hell of a lot hotter. Bakugo held up High-End's head and put his other hand behind it. Izuku knew what he was about to do. The explosion was destructive and Imoku looked down at his suit as another part of High-End splattered against him. The suit was already dusty, but now it was also covered in charcoal. He doubted it could be laundered. Your turn. Katsuki growled. He didn't bother to hide how happy he was. You really think I'll just let that happen? Imoku murmured. Arrogant fucker. Bakugo snarled, and released what was left of High-End's head as he strode towards Imoku. Small explosions appeared on his palms, but Izuku could see the strain it was causing. Kaken was getting tired. Do you really think you will survive this? Izuku asked, reaching out to suppress the explosions on Katsuki's palms. The vigilante grinned at him. That's not going to save you, Deku. He crowed, triumphantly. Apparently Bakugo hadn't been lying when he'd earlier said it wouldn't work. He had learned some new tricks in the last 10 years. Well, so had he. All he needed was a moment, and he didn't care how he got that moment. And there was one thing that had always angered Katsuki more than anything else. Something that he always dismissed. It would give that moment. Izuku sniffed, swallowing hard and letting his eyes go wide as he looked at his old friend. The expression was, frankly, pathetic. It was truly one Deku would have made. Izuku sniffed again, letting tears form in his eyes. I had to, Kaken, he managed to say, the catch in his voice making him stutter. The tears escaped, making slightly cleaner trails down his carbon-stained face. They forced me, he continued, voice breaking as he cried. Bakugo continued advancing. Fucking Deku. That won't work. He didn't appear moved. It was time to bring out the bigger guns. Kaken, Izuku cried, before he sniffed, bringing up one hand to use the heel of his hand to wipe at his tears. All he did was smear them over his face. Kaken, please. They were going to kill. He paused, best not to mention Inko. That would spark Kaken's anger, not his disgust, but he could still work with the statement. They were going to kill you, he begged, crying. He looked up at Bakugo. Please, Kaken. Help, he gasped. Me, Izuku finished brokenly. That did the trick. He could see it in Kaken's eyes. The vigilante had the slightest doubt, and he was close enough. Please, Izuku said again, eyes still streaming tears and his expression locked into one of deep regret. Help me, he repeated, stepping forward. Deku. There was a softer note in Katsuki's tone. It was laced with disgust. Bakugo always hated crying, but the explosions in his palms became smaller. It was his moment. Izuku moved. Unlike their last physical confrontation, they were roughly the same height, but Imoka had the advantage. He lunged forward, keeping his expression pathetic. One hand went to Bakugo's chest. He hadn't managed to isolate the right signal, but that was okay. That was the subtle way that didn't leave an outside mark. He could still use that trick. He released a shower of sparks, driving them into Katsuki's body. It was like a defibrillator. Bakugo was caught off guard for that singular moment. He stiffened in pain but retaliated. Fucking Deku, he managed to scream, and slammed his hands on Imoka's back, exploding them. The politician winced at the pain before he snarled at his old friend, and pushed his sparks harder. He could feel his own flesh burning, but he could also sense Bakugo's heart stuttering. The vigilante staggered backwards, grabbing at his chest. Deku! Fucker, you couldn't have one in a fair fight. The vigilante choked the words. Imoka rolled his shoulders, judging the damage on his back. He was definitely going to blister. Bakugo pulled at his shirt, exposing his chest. There was a hand-shaped burn over his heart. Izuku moved forward, punching Katsuki again. A right hook. The vigilante tried to block but couldn't and fell backwards. Izuku went with him, pinning him to the ground as he sat on his old friend's chest, his legs hooked around to pin Bakugo's arms. Even in pain, Kaken snarled at him. Izuku punched Katsuki again. It was a sucker punch, given that Bakugo couldn't defend himself. He didn't care. It felt good. I know, Kaken, he told his friend, all trace of tears gone. He definitely knew it. In a pure fist fight, he had a chance, but once you introduced quirks, Bakugo's was stronger. Izuku had learned long ago to never rely on quirks. But do you know what the most important lesson you ever taught me was? Izuku put his hand over Katsuki's face, careful to avoid his biting teeth. It would require another application of his quirk to make sure Bakugo died. His heart rate was probably returning to normal now. I taught you nothing, you fucking Deku. There was indignant rage in his voice. Imoka could tell Bakugo was pissed at being tricked. Well, to the victor went the spoils, and he was going to be the victor. No, Kaken, you taught me the most important thing anyone has to learn. What? The vigilante demanded. Izuku leaned forward, careful not to shift his weight enough that Katsuki could buck him off. Life isn't fair, he whispered, before letting another round of sparks attack Bakugo. This time they were in his brain. Through spark, Izuku could feel the way his sparks interacted with the currents in Katsuki's brain. He could feel the way they were interrupting them. Bakugo convulsed. It was uncontrolled. He began foaming at the mouth. It was not a pretty way to die, but then there wasn't really any pretty way to die. There were peaceful ways to die, and those that weren't so peaceful. This was not peaceful either. It felt as if Bakugo was still fighting him, but Izuku knew it was only the physical reaction. He stood up, tugging at his jacket to settle it correctly as he looked down at Kaken's body. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. There were a lot of memories running riot through his head at the moment, and he pushed them back into a semblance of order. Too many childhood memories had come to the surface now. "Goodbye, Kaken," he said softly before he looked up and around the ring. There were some small fires burning and there were bits of high-end everywhere, but the Numa was not reforming. It was dead. The place was a mess. The glass on Dabi's office was shattered and the fire villain's body had been driven into the stands by the explosions. With the noise and the exposure, the police would be here soon. Imoku reached into his jacket pocket, feeling for his phone. Thankfully it was still there. He pulled it out. It was still in working order, but he expected that. It did have a heavy-duty protective case and was hardened against electrical shocks. There were enough people with electrical quirks that such hardening had become common enough. He taped the number from memory. "Kurogiri," Imoku said, when the warp villain picked up. "Imoku," the other man greeted him. Transportation would be appreciated. Imoku didn't waste time with explanations. The faster he was out of here, the better. 2 portals, he added, remembering Dabi's underling who had been listening in. If he was still alive, then he would need to be dealt with. The corridor outside Dabi's office, and the fighting ring, Imoku gave the locations, knowing Kurogiri would know them. As expected, a portal opened in front of him. Kurogiri's eyes formed within it. Imoku nodded at the warp villain before he stepped forward without hesitation. Looking back meant regrets, and he had none, though he was slightly surprised that it ended today. But it was over. Imoku frowned slightly as plans ran through his mind. Mirio wasn't the only one who was campaigning for the return of heroes, but he was the most serious threat, and he was gone. The others could be brought into line easily enough. The government would change at the election, and the incoming prime minister had been turning to him for solutions since they met. With the loss of Dabi, Twice, Mustard and Ujiko, the league was now ready to be remolded. Those members had been a liability. The ones he raised up wouldn't ever be able to identify him. Imoku was sure that they would chafe at his control, but it was merely a matter of control, and he would control them. And Kaken. A few years ago, he would have smiled. He would have felt as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He would have felt free. Now, he felt nothing of that. Katsuki was dead. The world would simply know that the vigilante Explodokill took on something that was too much for him. Imoku would know the truth. That he had attempted to pull him down, to once again dominate him as he had in their childhood. But he had turned the tables, and this time, it was Izuku who had dominated, because he had the power. Imoku smiled. Sensei had been right. It was about power, and once you had power, it was about how you used that power. Bakugo had obeyed his power. Not just the quirk Sensei had given him, but the plan he had laid out. Now, when he looked into the future, Izuku could see his power. Others could see his power. And they knew he would use it. Because it took power to make the choices and the sacrifices necessary to save everyone. At least, everyone who could be saved. And that was his choice to make. A fop. Now, my good man, this is no time to be making enemies. Voltaire on his deathbed in response to a priest asking him that he renounce Satan. What I really hope Bakugo thought, because he needs all the friends he can get. Kirishima looked at his friend's body. No one had touched it, after the medics had made their pronouncement. Bakugo was dead. Given the spittle on his lips and the pained expression on his face, which accompanied the hand-shaped burns, he had not died easily. The Special Forces officer couldn't say he was surprised at that. What surprised him was the announcement that he had been killed by a quirk. There was no way Katsuki would have let someone close enough. Except someone obviously had gotten close enough. The burns were too hand-like to be coincidence. Kirishima forced himself to look away from the body as a sheet was draped over it. He looked around instead. The damage was something he expected. It told him that whatever else had happened, Bakugo had not gone down easily. And there was another body there. The medics had spent even less time looking at him. It belonged to the fire villain Dabi, the leader of the League. Except, the means of his death was easy to see. The small bullet wound was surprisingly precise and the evidence was pointing to Bakugo wielding the gun. His fingerprints were on it after all. But that didn't explain anything. Why was Dabi dead? Why was Bakugo dead? Who else had been here? They'd checked for cameras. There were none. Instead, they'd found some holding pens away from the ring, which was probably where the Numu had been kept. There were papers in Dabi's office, but so far nothing incriminating, and they had picked up a couple of unfortunate villains who had come to work. But nothing made sense. Kirishima looked over to a different group. They had a reader here. She was looking around like him, but her eyes were unfocused. More than that, her eyes were not normal. She was using her quirk. Kirishima wasn't sure exactly how it worked, but he knew that it would allow her to hopefully see what had happened. That's what readers did. Readers were new in the police force. They had come into place with the integration of heroes when a proper study of quirk potential in law enforcement had been made. He didn't feel too hopeful when she shook her head, but he wandered over to listen anyway. He had his special forces uniform on. No one questioned his presence here. There's a lot of interference, she said. It's a very public location, her handler said. Readers generally had someone they could rely on because sometimes they got disoriented from what their quirk told them. There's that, she agreed. There were 4 people here, she continued. Dabi, Explodokill, and 2 others. Who were the others? Her handler asked quickly, no doubt realizing that was what all the officers wanted to know. That's the problem. One feels as if it is everywhere, but it's mostly there, she explained, pointing to what looked to be a pile of ash. Kirishima moved over to it and gently poked it with his boot. He jumped back when the ash moved, revealing what looked to be a face. Evidence! He yelled, looking down at it. It is definitely a face, but twisted and not normal. Not that there was a set normal these days. Some quirks moved facial features around a lot. Tokoyami was an example of that. He had a beak instead of a mouth. Several forensic people rushed over. They cleared the ash away. Kirishima saw bits of what had to be brain matter poke through it. An eye. He didn't recognize it exactly, but he knew the pattern. Numu, he muttered. They heard. Sir? It's a Numu, Kirishima told them. The memory of the last one he'd seen coming to mind. He wasn't the only officer to be surprised. It's everywhere, the reader said, loud enough to be heard. They were all at the bottom of the ring. It had surprisingly good acoustics. Her voice traveled. Shit, Kirishima said. He exploded it, he added the words. Sir? Explodokill, he said Bakugo's vigilante name. He must have exploded the Numu, he explained, gesturing around them. There were black gobs of ash everywhere. A couple of the officers looked sick. They looked around, seeing the evidence of what he'd said. That would be right, the reader said, nodding. But because he's everywhere, he's covering the presence of the last one. The last one only became important after it was dead, and their presence is subdued. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. They needed to know who that last person was. The woman looked at him. I can feel the 4th person, she said, but I don't know who they are. Whoever they are, I haven't felt them before and their presence is muted. If the Numu, you called it? Kirishima nodded. If the Numu wasn't there, I might be able to properly sense the 4th person. And that would allow a picture to be drawn. Generally, readers could either see what they sensed, or they could describe the people well enough for the sketch artists. Just do your best, Kirishima said. The reader knew what they needed. He didn't need to remind her. Yes, sir, she replied. He nodded, and looked away. He knew who Bakugo would say had been here, if the vigilante could talk. Imoko Kakariti. Katsuki had been going on about the independent politician for years. But there was no evidence linking Kakariri to the League, and this was definitely the result of Bakugo finding Dabi. Kirishima hoped Bakugo had been happy when he died. He'd taken out Inumu and Dabi, the Special Forces officer hoped that gave his old friend peace. From the expression gracing Katsuki's frozen face, Kirishima didn't think it had. Except, whoever that fourth person was, the one who had killed Bakugo, it wasn't Imoko Kakariri. The man was on the campaign trail. He had an alibi. And no matter what Bakugo said, there was no link between the almost 50 Kakariri and the should-be late 20s Midoriya besides Izuku Midoriya's now-deceased mother, who had been one of Kakariri's campaign team. The conspiracy theory wasn't a real one, at least not outside of Bakugo's mind. Kirishima looked over at his captain. "This should be interesting for the League," he said conversationally. "With their leader dead, who knows what would happen?" "Chaos," Captain Shirai said shortly. "Maybe," Kirishima replied. "They obviously didn't expect Explodo kill, but the League has always been quick to recover. The League has never lost a leader who had 10 years' experience," the captain countered. Kirishima nodded, but he wasn't convinced it would be chaos. He just had a feeling. "We'll deal with it though," he assured his captain. "We have to," Shirai told him. "It's our job." And really, no matter the mess here, that was the final word on the matter. AFO. Time for change. Yato Raida last night claimed an unexpectedly narrow victory in the national election. While his party has wrested control of the House of Representatives from former Prime Minister Kiyoshi Takanaka's party, their majority is slim. The victors of the night are the independents. Led by Imoko Kakariri, they have taken control of a record 70 seats in the House. This gives the incoming Prime Minister Yato Raida a majority, but it is not secure and he would be well served by courting the independents. However, the election results make one thing very clear: independent Representative Kakariri does not need the support of any party, as his constituents have returned him as their representative by the largest margin ever seen by any candidate. He won a huge 70% of the vote in his electorate, which makes him the most secure representative in the House. Yato Raida will be able to form a government, but the narrowness of the result should serve as a warning to him that he needs to truly represent the people. It is assured that the independents, led by Kakariri, will be reminding him of that, which just proves that Kakariri is a true hero to the Japanese people. Imoko smiled at the paper. The article was rather flattering, and it wasn't even written by one of Phoenix Wave's assets. He'd already sent his congratulations to Yato and commiserations to Takanaka. Both men had accepted them with good grace, though Imoko could tell Yato was disappointed about his majority. Imoko had reminded him that he had a majority. No one really wanted a minority government, but if it came to it, he had assured Yato that he could be relied upon. The new prime minister was smart enough to realize that his support would come with conditions. But that wasn't anything Yato needed to worry about yet. He had a majority, because even a slim majority was a majority. Still, things could change in politics. And they could change quickly. Imoko looked over to his desk, where there were several files. So long as Yato remained tractable, he wouldn't need them, but he did like to have insurance. The best bit was Yato didn't even know the potential scandals existed, so he couldn't mitigate against them. Though if Yato did well, maybe Imoko could increase that majority. After Masami experienced being a shadow minister for a while, he could probably remind her why she had gone into politics and pull her over into independence, especially if Takanaka demoted her. The election was a demotion in and of itself, but if he appointed a different shadow foreign minister and returned her to the back bench, then yes, she'd become an independent quickly enough. Imoko smiled. That was the future, and that path wasn't decided, but there were so many possibilities and he had time to pick between them all. AFO. Captain Shirai looked around the small storage area. It had been brought to his attention as part of the murder investigation for Shoyuta Aizawa. The current theory was that the former underground hero, turned private investigator, had possibly been engaged in some illegal hero work when he had been killed. Said illegal work was with the now dead vigilante who called himself Explodokill, real name Katsuki Bakugu, who had been wanted for questioning on the Mustard Midnight double homicide. The captain wasn't a fool. Questioning would have led to an arrest, and then another warrant for Dabi's arrest, which probably would have gone nowhere. It was very tempting just to say that since they were all dead, the case was closed, except they had managed to match genetic material from the Numu at Dabi's fighting ring to blood samples taken at the cemetery where Aizawa and candidate Tagata had been killed. The Numu was dead, but there was one person unaccounted for in the fighting ring. The person who had actually killed Bakugu. He might have been a vigilante, but everyone deserved justice. Which was why the case couldn't be closed and why he was here. Investigations had found the storage area, and a warrant had been granted. Though they had also gotten permission from Hisashi Yamada, former hero present Mike, who had also been on the storage room's rent payment summary, to enter here. Hisashi had told them that the storage was for things he and Aizawa had used when they were heroes. There was nothing illegal with that. Heroes had been able to keep some of their gear. Especially Hisashi. His voice modulation equipment was primarily for public safety, and no one had wanted to take some of the keepsakes from heroes. Now he was looking at the boxes of stuff. It had been well packed, but the forensics team had gone through it looking for evidence. They hadn't found anything much, except some fingerprints. Most came from Shoyuta, but there had been a cheer when they found some from Bakugu. It established the link between the former underground pro-hero and the vigilante. Hisashi had claimed that they'd never met here, but obviously they had. The radio presenter had admitted that he knew Shoyuta had been talking to Katsuki and possibly working on something, but he was being tight-lipped on what. Given Explodokill's artifacts had been found earlier, it wasn't hard to figure out what. The only question that remained is if Aizawa has shared the vigilante's delusions. So far, they had found nothing to support that. The boxes just contained Shuta's old hero gear and some files from cases he'd taken soon after reintegration. Nothing illegal, nothing out of place. But Captain Shure had a feeling that they were missing something. After all, something had led Aizawa to be in that cemetery with candidate Tagata, and something had then murdered them. It had been a horrific scene, almost as bad as Dabi's fighting ring. The captain had expected gore at Dabi's fighting ring. He had not expected it at a suburban cemetery. He was just thankful that no one from the public had been caught up in that. That there were victims were bad enough, but it would be worse if they were innocent. Given that there was history between Aizawa and Tagata, he knew that there was a reason they were dead. In fact, that could be the reason Sir Night-Eye was dead as well, or at least related to it. They could all be involved in some sort of conspiracy. Captain Shure shook his head. They should have just reintegrated. They would have been happier then. Not dead, but he guessed some heroes couldn't let go of the past. There was ample evidence of that. He looked around the storage room. They had to be missing something. He examined all the boxes, running his eyes over them. None of them had false bottoms or anything like that. They were cardboard. Captain Shirai's eyes moved over the walls. He looked in the corners, examining them carefully. There was nothing lurking there, but he felt his eyes narrow. There was a tiny mark on the floor. That wasn't anything special, he told himself. The floor was cheap. The storage people made their money from rent, not from fixing marks on the floor. Except his eyes kept going to it, tracing out the mark as it ran all the way to the back wall. Wait. That was it. The mark went under the wall. That wasn't right. Captain Shure tapped the side walls. They were hollow. They lead to the storage rooms on either side. He tapped the back wall. The sound was different. Just a bit, just enough to mean he couldn't dismiss his thoughts about the mark. He kept tapping his knuckle against the wall. It sounded different in places. That could mean that the boxes on the other side were packed up against the wall, but it wasn't right for that. There were hollow areas under where other bits had sounded solid. That wasn't right for a well-packed room, and when he tapped in the corner, the wall moved. Carefully, Captain Shure applied more force. The wall slipped and revealed that it wasn't a wall at all. It was a board. Particle board, made to look like one of the internal walls. He pulled it away, slipping it against the floor and looked behind it. His eyes widened. There were photos there, pinned up against a backing board, with string linking them in what seemed to be random patterns. He put the concealing board down and stepped back. There was enough room to do that, and suddenly the way this room had been packed made sense. Only a few boxes had been hard up against the back wall. They would be quick enough to move so that Aizawa could look at this. Captain Shirai recognized a caseboard when he saw it. The strings were colorful and connected to photos of people he recognized. Dabi, Mustard, Himiko Toga, Kirojiri, Ujiko. All the major members of the league. Tomura Shigaraki's picture was there too, as was All For One's. There were black marks around their images, the same with Mustard's and Ujiko's. The captain knew it meant they were dead. Aizawa had been updating the board. He looked at the strings. They all lead to one person. The captain lifted his eyes to the top of the board, looking at the image. Even with all the strings attached to it, so many strings that it almost concealed the image, he recognized it. Izuku Kakuriti. The representative Kakuriti. Captain Shirai breathed out and just stared for a few moments before he shook his head. Aizawa, you fool, he muttered. The underground hero should have known how dangerous it was to go up against politicians. And going up against one like Kakuriti, who was both popular and influential, that was suicide. The captain reached out and unpinned the photo. He put the pin back, placing it slightly higher, through the question mark that had been over Kakuriti's image. He was careful to make sure he didn't disturb the strings as he put the picture in his pocket. Then he looked at the board, nodding to himself when he saw there was no outline to give away that there had been a photo there. He could only do that much modification without risk. If he moved anything else, then his fingerprints might come up. Best to be careful. I found something, Captain Shirai called. That brought the forensic team running. They skidded to a halt at the door and he heard them gasp when they saw the true back wall of the storage unit. He turned away from it as several team members rushed in. This was just more evidence for the case, a case that appeared would not be solved today. He had a feeling it would not be solved any day. A fop. Despite being dressed in prison orange, Yutakiyama was still filled with rage. No one was taking her seriously. No one saw the danger and no one was doing anything. She had felt a slight regret when informed of the woman's death, but she had gotten in the way. Why didn't anyone understand that? The woman, Inko, she'd been told, had just gotten in the way. She shouldn't have interfered. No one had interfered when Shinji had been killed. They'd simply watched. They'd let the League do what they want. They'd let him burn. You took a deep, shuddering breath at the thought. He'd screamed and screamed, and screamed, and no one had done anything. She could still remember it. The police never hunted for Dabi. They knew who killed Shinji. They knew who it was, but they always claimed they couldn't find Dabi. They couldn't find the League. That's why she'd acted. She'd had to act and she couldn't find Dabi, but she'd found something even better. She'd found the man who destroyed heroes. She found the man who had made it so that Dabi could walk away. It was all his fault. He was the one who had killed heroes. And yet, she was the one in prison. She was the one lying on a lumpy bed, with a quirk-suppressing anklet as they waited for her trial. At this time of night the prison was quiet. If you concentrated she could hear the tread of the guards, but they were faint. At night they relied on cameras. It was because of the quiet that she heard the whisper of noise from the far end of her cell. You pretended to be asleep, but she looked down there. The back of her cell was in shadow, but it was darker now, and swirling. She was hard-pressed to keep her eyes mostly closed. Someone stepped out of the shadow, confirming her suspicions that the swirling was a warp gate. Kirojiri, she identified the quirk user. And the person who had come, a woman. Blonde hair and yellow eyes. Himiko. You knew all the league's main members. The blonde looked around, spotting her on the bunk before she smiled as someone else emerged from the warp gate. You can sit up, Toga told her. The villain knew she wasn't sleeping. You opened her eyes and sat up. The warp gate closed, but before she could move, the second person crowded close to her. You lashed out, hitting them, but it was like hitting concrete. They didn't even grunt and you felt something grab her wrists, bringing her hands together and hauling her upwards before turning to face Himiko. The woman smiled at her. You kicked out. She couldn't reach Himiko, and while she felt herself impact with whoever was holding her, they didn't react. She was sure she'd kicked between the legs, and that was painful, even if it was a woman holding her. You aren't going to be able to escape, Himiko told her, as she drew a large hunting knife. Oh wait, the woman giggled to herself, putting the knife down. She patted down her clothes looking for something. What are you doing here? You hissed. You can speak normally, Himiko said as she continued to pat her clothes. Ah, there it is, she said eventually, reaching a hand into one of her pockets to pull something out. You recognized it as a camera. The rest of the cameras have been disabled, Himiko told her, pointing to them with her free hand before she fussed with the one she'd brought, and set it on the side of the basin so that it was pointed at you. What? That's impossible. You growled. She had a bad feeling about this. She struggled harder. Someone had to hear her, right? Himiko chuckled. The boss is really pissed at you, she told you. He's gone all out. What? You gasped. The boss, who the fuck did that mean? Dobby? Except she'd heard he was dead. Who? Help! She screamed. Himiko gestured at the thing holding her. You was surprised when it slammed her into the wall. She shook her head, as her vision wavered. Not much had been able to hurt her. You can scream all you want, but no one is going to hear, Himiko told her. And unless you are screaming for me, it will just annoy me, the villain added. How? You managed to say. Force field, Himiko said, pointing to something in the corner. You knew what her cell looked like, even in the dark. There wasn't meant to be anything in that corner, so she had to take the villain's word it was a force field. It probably was. No one had complained at her yelling. You pissed him off, Himiko said conversationally, so now you have to deal with the consequences, she added in a sing-song voice. The guards are bribed. Your fellow inmates aren't going to say anything, and it will be worth their while to remain silent, and the cameras are all corrupted. Except for this one, she added happily, reaching out to pat the camera she had brought. He wants this one. And I have the entire night with you. No. You shook her head. No, that's not Dash. Not what? Himiko asked, cocking her head. There was a cold fire burning in her eyes. It did not fit what you knew of the League member. It's not right, you managed to say. Himiko shook her head. You don't get to decide what's right or wrong, the villain told her. And you hurt him. Who? You objected. She had targeted Imoku, not the League's boss. She'd gotten some stupid civilian woman who was enamored of the politician. It hadn't been her intention, but there were always casualties in war, and that's what this was. A war against the League. One she was fighting alone. Imoku liked her, Himiko said as if that was all the explanation needed. What? Imoku? How did Imoku know Himiko? The villain smiled at her. Imoku hates you, Toga told her. And when the boss hates something, he destroys it. You killed her and he liked her. The villain's voice took on a sing-song note as she explained. It made the entire situation unreal. You knew she hadn't been the smartest hero. On that score, Kamui had been far better, but she wasn't stupid, especially when the information was presented so blatantly. Toga had definitely said Imoku and the boss in the same sentence. She had referred to them as the one being. 100 little things suddenly make sense, and she could see the way the politician had manipulated them all. I wasn't after Yarg. Her sentence was broken off when Himiko flung her knife at her. It sank into her shoulder. You hurt him, Himiko said again pointedly, coming close and wrenching her knife out. She grinned. Her teeth were white in the gloom. And he's given me the entire night to make sure you regret it. A fop. Izuku stood alone in his office. He was looking out at the city. The lights were bright, and from his vantage, he could see all the way into the suburbs where the streetlights illuminated smaller laneways and houses. He couldn't see the houses, but he could see dark patches where there were parks and other areas. It was a beautiful sight. Dark but with dazzling highlights. He felt his lips stretch into a smile as he watched it. He had come in early. Very early, before dawn. Hesho knew he sometimes did, and his executive assistant would be here if Himiko let him, but he didn't. That was take away from the quiet. It was a time just for himself, when he could work and think without interruption. He had completed some papers earlier but had moved to stand here some time ago. His office lights were off, making it mesmerizing, just watching the way the lights moved. He took a deep breath, blowing it out in a sigh before taking another. Izuku touched his fingers to his cheek, not surprised to feel the tears there. He bit his lip as emotion threatened to overcome him. If anyone could see him now. His business rivals, any of the other representatives, anyone from the underworld. Izuku snorted. They would never believe he was their boss. But this was time for him. He had everything he ever wanted. Unquestioned control over the government, with no one even realizing it. Commanding control over the business world, with most companies following his lead without knowing why. Undeclared control over the underworld, though with the recent losses in the league, that control would be tested soon. He knew it, and he was looking forward to the games and manipulations required to ensure his victory. He was the leader of Japan in every way that mattered, much like Sensei had been before him. No. Izuku's lips quirked. That wasn't right. Sensei had ruled from the shadows. He was. It was wrong to say he was afraid to be seen, because Izuku knew that wasn't the case. Sensei was just more circumspect with his dealings. Izuku was more open. At least, officially. That was accurate. He was the leader of Japan, in every way that mattered. No comparisons to the past were needed because the past was the past. This was now. And now, he had to decide where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do. Heroes were gone. They would remain gone. It had taken the new Prime Minister, Yatarida, all of 2 weeks to come around to his view. The man had been fixated on the idealism of heroes, but within 2 weeks of becoming the Prime Minister, he had learned the economics of heroes. It probably helped that Izuku had instructed the Treasury to ensure he got the figures laid out very clearly on that. There was no need to confuse the man. That being done, it didn't matter what anyone who still took their lead from other countries thought about heroes, they would only gather those attracted to the romanticism of the idea. Those who were grounded in reality, thankfully a larger percentage, would not give in to purely romantic ideas, especially when the economics were so bad. Opening quirk usage to the general populace had led to a huge boost in earnings. The government made money from the license fees. They made money from the fines issues when someone used their quirk illegally. They just made money, which was fed back to the police and military to ensure they had the tools needed to take down those few morons who thought they could be a villain. There were always those who acted at random. Heroes were gone. What remained of the league would be under control in the next few months, and removed enough from him that they were no longer a liability. It meant he could now pick a new direction, a new future to pursue. Izuku frowned. It was an odd thought. What did he want? There was no answer forthcoming from his mind. Or rather, the answers that came were small, petty little things. His phone pinged, distracting him. Izuku glanced back at his desk. In the pre-dawn darkness it was hard to see, but he could make out a small swirl of deeper darkness. It disappeared quickly, leaving a small package on his desk. He felt his lips quirk. He knew what it was. Himiko had spent the night educating Yu Takayama. Imoko moved to his desk and picked up package Kirojiri had delivered. He sat in the darkness and opened the phone. There was only 2 applications left on the phone. One to make calls and the other to take the video. He taped the video app. There was only one file. 6.5 hours long. Himiko had been thorough. The phone was almost out of charge though. He closed it and put it in his breast pocket, buttoning up the fabric. Now was not the time or place to watch it. But it was one of his desires and it was one he would savor. What else did he want from the future? He wasn't sure. Izuku sat at his desk, ignoring the gloom around him. He sighed. Fulfilling all for one's goals had been easy, and he had, over the last year, fulfilled his own goal. Taking down Bakugo was. It shouldn't be the only thing he wanted. He knew that. So if his heart had no goal, he had to deal with this logically. After all, even when his heart gave him direction, he had to use his head to get there. Firstly, he needed to maintain his power. On the official front, Yato was in his pocket, as were enough of the independents, so he could keep Yato in power, or not as the situation demanded. The opposition was in the process of selecting a new leader, and he knew all the candidates, so that was in hand. In the underworld, though Dabi and several more of the League's acknowledged leaders were dead, he controlled those who were loyal, and they would ensure that the new selection would obey him, without ever knowing who he was. In that, he would be very much like All for One. Izuku anticipated a challenge there, but it wouldn't take long. Which meant his power was secure. He'd always have to guard his power, but for the moment, that could be a secondary task. He needed something to focus on. Quirkless rights was a vague thought, except he'd already seen to that. He'd done it in the aftermath of the heroes' reintegration. He'd introduced the legislation into Parliament then to show heroes what true heroes should have been fighting for, rather than the glory that they strived to achieve. He'd found several people who had already been working for quirkless rights and, after the legislation was passed, legislation that was named after Izuku, he had ensured that those people were awarded several accolades in recognition of their truly heroic work. Again, quirkless rights was not something that required his whole attention. What he really needed was a challenge. But what? International affairs? He could probably get himself appointed to the UN, but what did he want with other countries? Some were already beginning to follow Japan's lead. They were dismantling their hero systems. Others never had hero systems to begin with. Others were sticking to them. It would be their loss. It was not his job to dictate to other countries what they should do. Izuku snorted at the thought. His job was just Japan. He looked over at the window. It was still dark outside, but the sun would be rising soon. Maybe he should start looking for a successor. One of the reasons All for One's vision had been achieved was that he had thought about the future. He was wise enough to know that his time was over. Izuku knew his time was not yet over, and it was too soon to teach someone. In another 20 years, he'd do it then. In the meantime. What? Gather wealth? Gather influence? He had all of them, and he was not so foolish to desire absolute control. He was not a tyrant. There had to be some dissent, or else people resented their government. You could not save everyone if they were all fighting against you. Maybe he should blacken Katsuki's reputation further. Except his former childhood friend had done an impressive job of that without too much input from him. He'd needed Bakugo to take out those of the League who were a liability. His old friend had taken out Compress before he was ready, but that had been a minor hiccup. He'd now taken out twice, Ujiko and Indabi, and that was roughly when he wanted. Katsuki had done that, and had taken out Mustard as well. Izuku hadn't needed him gone, but sometimes sacrifices had to be made. But Bakugo had done his work in such a way that his reputation was also ruined. No one had cried at Kaken's funeral, not even his mother, who had simply looked tired and resigned. The police were actually pissed Bakugo was dead, since it meant they couldn't prosecute him. Everything there had gone to plan. He'd go so far as to say perfectly to plan. Izuku sighed deeply before he rose again, moving to the window. The sun was rising and his office afforded him a brilliant view of it. Izuku watched the light crest the horizon. It spread out in a brilliant line just before the sun peaked above the land. The line contracted into the burning disk of the sun as it lifted higher. Izuku sighed again. It was more relaxed this time. He didn't have to decide today. Or tomorrow. For the moment, it would be business as usual. He was sure something would come up. All for One always said he mustn't lose heart. Izuku smiled at the sun. He wasn't Tomura, who didn't know what to do with his victory. He still had things to do. There were still policies that would be made better. There were still people who needed to be saved. Maybe though, things were not as consuming as those events that had gone before, but there were things to do and he was sure, in time, inspiration would come, for something greater. Something he could use to ensure that everyone remained saved. He had to be positive, because when he was positive, good things happened. Izuku had enough examples of that. Heroes, the League, and Bakugo. All he had to do was be patient. Something would come. Something always did. He would be ready. AFO. The end. AFO. Epilogue note, I can see some questions now, laughing face. Is Captain Shirai on Imoku's payroll? That's up to you. He might be, and thus he's protecting Imoku, or he might not be but knows that the board would be destroyed if it had anything about Imoku on it, so he's waiting to collect better evidence. You can decide. Wish fulfillment. That went better than I expected it to, Kisatsu Shocho commented, sitting back, and finally relaxing for the first time that day. Kisatsu was the police commissioner and had been in charge of organizing security for the state funeral of Representative Imoku Kakuriti. It had been a nightmare she was honored to be given. Kakuriti had done so much for Japan and the world. He had been the best statesman the country had ever seen. That much was certain. But he had secrets which had only come out with his death. Secrets she wasn't sure what to feel about them. They did warn you they were coming, Meina Dobaiza pointed out. That doesn't make it any better, Kisatsu snapped. Be thankful they warned you, Meina pressed. Kisatsu just glared at Meina for that. Meina grinned, he knew what the glare was for, and truthfully he couldn't fault Shocho's reaction. It wasn't every day that several very high-profile members of the underworld told you that they would be coming to the state funeral. It wasn't every day that they actually showed up, in the same type of limo as any of the other VIPs, and dressed in mourning. It was the reason they came that was frustrating Kiyatsu. The underworld representatives had said quite clearly and frankly that they were there to honor the former head of the underworld. The head of the underworld. The man, or woman, Kisatsu was meant to catch. And the underworld was claiming that it had been Imoku Kakuriti. A man the entire country honored. What do you think the press will say? Kisatsu asked, attempting to change the subject slightly. It was too difficult to think that Kakuriti had been the head of the underworld, and the politician who had near universal approval. It didn't help that off the record, several of those from the underworld had approached her after the funeral to assure her that the underworld would not devolve into chaos with Imoku's death. He had apparently set up a strong succession plan, and had been semi-retired for years. The acting head, someone they refused to identify, had been leading them for the past few years, taking Imoku's advice at times but generally learning the ropes. They won't say anything, Meina replied firmly. Pimiko won't let them. Pimiko was Kakuriti's daughter. She had taken over much of his commercial empire and had proven to be as economically astute as her father. She had been at the funeral, standing to one side of her mother, Himiko Kakuriti, Imoku's much younger wife. There had been a bit of a scandal when they married. Many had accused Himiko of simply being after a sugar daddy. They had accused Imoku of being just a dirty old man, especially as he hadn't married until his mid-50s and then had married a woman half his age. Yet they had both gone to until death do they part with not so much as a whisper of scandal. As far as anyone could tell, Imoko had been devoted to Himiko, and she had been equally devoted to him. Himiko had been supported by both of her children at the funeral. Koshaku had stood on her other side. Koshaku hadn't entered Imoku's businesses. He was still at university, completing a master's of law. He was expected to become a lawyer, though he would probably get quite a boost from his sister. Mainanu Kisatsu had thought about the possibility of Koshaku being the new head of the underworld. It would make some sort of sense that Imoku had left his legitimate businesses to his daughter, and his illegitimate business to his son, but in the very brief time Kisatsu had known the information, in between organizing the security for Imoko's funeral, she had confirmed that Koshaku had absolutely nothing to do with the underworld. And there had been a lot of eyes on the underworld figures at the funeral. They had not even looked at Koshaku. There would have been some indication there if they knew each other. There wasn't. That's illegal, Kisatsu reminded Meina. Freedom of the press was one of the things the country relied upon. She's not going to let anyone tarnish her father's name, Meina repeated. Kisatsu sighed. She couldn't really blame Pimiko. And if she was honest, it would be so much easier for her if no one asked questions as to why the underworld figures had been there. It would be better for all involved if they were just reported as being there simply to honor a great man. But she sighed. With what she knew now, she wasn't sure she could ever think of Imoku as great again, and that was a very uncomfortable feeling. He had been her enemy, but he had been an enemy she hadn't even realized existed. Or rather, she had known the head of the underworld existed, but Kakariri had never ever been on the list of suspects. She felt like she had been played. Kisatsu felt. She didn't know what she felt. Used. And there was nothing she could do about it. If it was a game, then Kakariri had won in such a way there was no possibility of her ever making it up. And now she had to continue the hunt in the underworld knowing that Kakariri had trained his successor, and knowing that she had never found Imoku. As the police commissioner, it made her feel sick. I'll have a chat with Pimiko at some stage. She can cover this up, but I will want all the information she finds about the underworld. Reporters heard a lot, and Pimiko practically ran the press. For the good of the country, Pimiko had to tell her. Meina nodded. Don't think about it, he advised her. Don't think about it? Kisatsu questioned, her voice full of disbelief. Do you really trust those from the underworld that much, to be telling you the truth about Imoku? He asked. Did she? That was the real question. She wanted to answer no, she didn't trust them, but there was a note of truth when they told her that, and one of the burdens of her quirk was that she had a feeling when people were lying to her. There had been no feeling when they had spoken to her. But Kisatsu recognized the point of Meina's question. It was the other reason Pimiko wouldn't let her father's name be tarnished. But Kisatsu sighed heavily. She didn't know what to think. For now, she put it out of her mind. It was making her tense again, and there would be time enough over the coming days for her to process. She had, after all, known the underworld people were coming today. She had just held out the hope that they had told her that as a joke or some sort of sick way to tarnish Kakariri's reputation. But their presence lent credence to their words. How do you reconcile that? She asked. Reconcile what? Reconcile that Imoku was possibly both the best public servant this country has ever seen, yet the head of the underworld? Meina shook his head. I don't, he admitted. I look upon it as making him even greater. He controlled them, remember that. If he truly was the head of the underworld, he controlled them, which means that they were acting as he wanted, which means they were not running wild. That means he was still a great public servant. Kisatsu nodded. That made sense, but did it make him great, or did it make them stupid? She was afraid of the answer. Alternate ending scenes. The bang echoed through the ring but was quickly drowned as Katsuki cursed. He made a throwing gesture, and Izuku recognized the gun as it was cast away. Bakugo shook his hand. He'd been burnt. Dabi's fire had hit him, or the gun at least. Ha! He barked. Imoko looked towards Dabi. The fire villain was still standing, but there was a shocked look on his face. And a perfect hole in his forehead. His body crumpled. Fuck! I needed him. Izuku growled, snarling the words at his old friend. Fucker. Katsuki swore again, still shaking his hand, and not paying attention to him. Imoko turned back to High End. Kill him, he ordered. Fight. The Numu cheered the word, and charged. Bakugo might still be complaining about the burn on his hand, but he was quick to react. Izuku retreated back to the tunnel High End had emerged from. He glanced at Dabi. The fire villain really was dead. That was annoying. His mind immediately began working on what steps he'd have to take now to ensure he wasn't detected here. There might be camera feeds here. He wasn't sure. He'd have to check before he left. High End swung one arm at Katsuki. The vigilante dodged, thrusting his uninjured hand towards the Numu and exploding it. One thing Izuku could say about Bakugo was that his old friend knew when not to hold back. He wasn't now. The explosion was powerful. Izuku saw it actually scorch and burn High End's abdomen. The Numu felt it as well. It didn't hiss even as the muscle and skin healed, it was the opposite. High End was excited. Fight. He told Bakugo in a happy tone. Good fight. The vigilante took the initiative, throwing punches and enhancing each with explosions. Izuku could tell that his old friend wanted nothing more than for him to be on the receiving end of those punches, but High End wasn't going to allow that. The Numu closed with Bakugo. Imoko couldn't see much, but he could hear the continuous detonation of explosions. He saw High End's skin char and blacken and heal again and again. His eyes narrowed. It was definitely slower. Maybe he should help, he could stop an explosion or two, but he knew High End would not approve. Instead he focused on Katsuki. Stopping a heart was a difficult job, he had to get a feel for the currents in Kaken's body. He was sure that High End would win, but Izuku hadn't got to where he was by not being willing to plan for contingencies. Fucker. Bakugo snarled, jumping back. He pulled something from the belt he had on. High End let him go. Imoko had seen the Numu fight in this ring before. He tended to allow his challengers to try a few things. Even though Imoko had ordered him to kill, he imagined High End would revert to his norms here. Bakugo would die though. He just had to be patient. It gave him time to plan. Fuck. He looked over to Dabi's body. Izuku shook his head. He really needed Dabi. The fire villain had been reliable and content. It was that second virtue that interested Imoko. Dabi wasn't going to challenge him. A smile stretched across Imoko's features. If he was thinking that, he was being lazy. Dabi had established he was the leader of the league and there was still Kurogiri, Himiko and Spinner around who would support him. If none of them wanted the leadership position, they could promote someone. It would be a challenge to keep that unknown in line. It would be fun. And he'd need something to do, since most of his enemies had rather courteously managed to die. After all, it wasn't like controlling the current opposition leader, and likely soon to be Prime Minister, Yatarita was going to be difficult. Losing Dabi was a pain, but it would work out in the long run. In fact, it might be better. He had been complacent today, given that underling had been listening in. He needed the challenge. Besides, it's not like whoever was chosen wouldn't trust him. Izuku turned his attention back to the fight in time to see Bakugo charge at High End. The thing he had taken from his belt was in one hand and Izuku had a sinking idea he knew what it was now. It was confirmed a moment later when there was a huge explosion. Imoka shielded himself as best he could, but in the tunnel he could still feel the blast of air and the wash of heat. High-End roared from within the explosion. Imoka hunkered down, shielding his eyes as the explosion seemed to go on forever. What had Katsuki done? Usually his explosions were quick, and while Kaken could generate them one after the another that required a lot of sweat. It wasn't that hot in here. So what had he done? It had to be something to do with whatever he'd taken from his belt. Eventually the explosion faded. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he watched High-End fall to his knees. The Numu fell forward onto its face. Bakugo turned his eyes to him. Izuku could read the dismissal in the red orbs, but he knew High-End wasn't finished yet. As Katsuki took a step towards him, High-End moved. His large hand gripped the vigilante's ankle. Bakugo was quick to react. He spun, slamming his hands down on High-End's arm to explode the offending hand from his ankle. It worked, but High-End then rose, holding up the stump of his arm as the bone, muscle, and nerves reformed. Good fight, the Numu cheered, unconcerned with the healing state of his skin and hand. Imoka wasn't as relaxed. It was definitely too slow. He'd seen High-End fight for years, and this was noticeably slower than it had been. Still, Izuku was confident the Numu had what it took to kill Bakugo. He might be deteriorating with his healing, but Imoka could feel that High-End was more stable when he spoke to him with his quirk active. He would have to deal with it later. High-End swung again at Bakugo with his newly formed hand. Katsuki responded as he always did, with an explosion. It peeled the newly formed skin back. "Do you want a hand?" Imoku yelled to the Numu. "No," came the instant response. Izuku laughed. He had expected that reply. "Wouldn't work, fucking Deku," came a response from Bakugo. Imoku didn't say anything. He knew what Katsuki was referring to. The first time Bakugo had confronted him, he had stopped him from producing sparks to create his explosions. That was over 10 years ago. Bakugo had obviously learned some new tricks in the meantime. That was okay, he had as well. High-End caught Katsuki with a punch. The vigilante was punted back until he hit the first row of seats that surrounded the ring. He crashed into them, tumbling further back into the next few rows until he came to a halt. Bakugo was all limbs. He growled as High-End strode towards him. "Fucker!" Bakugo growled. Imoka couldn't help his widening eyes as he fished in his belt again. He focused his public quirk on his old friend, feeling the sparks in Katsuki's body. There were so many and he couldn't get a lock on them. He wasn't meant to. He really had to stretch spark to affect something that was really so subtle. It was far easier to affect Bakugo's hands. The spark was bigger. But he would do whatever it took. Imoka Kakariri was walking away from today. Shit. He thought to himself. The expletive wasn't that refined, but Bakugo was so predictable. The previous explosion had affected High-End, and in the vigilante's small mind, that meant a bigger explosion was obviously better. High-End would recover, so long as his head wasn't too badly damaged, but Izuku knew the look on Bakugo's face. He was going to make the biggest explosion he could. It wasn't hard to figure out what the things he pulled from his belt were. They must be concentrated sweat pouches or something similar. "You are dead, fucker." Katsuki screamed as he got up and charged towards High-End. Imoka noticed something different with the way he ran. His fists were holding something and there was a glint on his glove. A knife, perhaps? The Numu meet Bakugo's charge. The creation wasn't afraid. Imoka thought that it didn't know how to be afraid. He could see that there were more of the explosive things in Bakugo's hands and Imoka focused on nulling the spark, but there was something wrong. Ha! Bakugo laughed an instant before impact with High-End. If Imoka had thought the explosion earlier was bad, this was worse. He was forced to hunker down in the tunnel, shielding his head with his arms. Something still hit him that wasn't just the shock wave. It was smaller and denser, and stun, almost like hail. The whole building shook. The noise was incredible, and Imoko could hear smaller, secondary explosions forming. Then he heard something splatter. It wasn't a single noise but continued, as if there was a gentle pitter-patter of rain. Izuku looked around. He didn't have to look far. There were little things falling to the ground at the entrance to the tunnel. There were some on him, those that had been flung more horizontally. There was the sickening smell of burning flesh. Izuku gagged. It had been years since he'd smelt it, but it brought back memories. It wasn't much of a comfort that it wasn't his flesh burning this time. Izuku swallowed hard, pushing down the nausea he felt at the reminder of his past. He thought he'd gotten over that. He would be getting over it very soon. Just as soon as Katsuki was gone, forgot. It was a catharsis he had been looking forward to for a while. The smell didn't linger, though the pitter-patter of rain did. That was a problem. Imoko knew what it meant. If Kaken had done it right, it wouldn't be high-end making the kill. Imoko focused. He knew what the glint on Bakugo's glove had been for now. It had been a blade, possibly one that split to make a hole, so of course his old friend had done it right. 10 years wouldn't have been enough to change that, and for Bakugo, Izuku knew he had always had the thought that there was no kill like overkill. His blade would have made an opening, so he could force his fist actually into high-end. This explosion had come from within the Numu. The pitter-patter was the bits of high-end raining back down into the ring. Well, that might have worked on high-end, but Izuku preferred the subtler approach. He suspected Kaken would be wanting evidence of his supposed corruption. He wouldn't make the same attack. The explosion faded as the pitter-patter did. Imoko was prepared for the result. High-end was. It was a misnomer to say he was down, or rather he was down to his legs. They were still standing, but as Imoko watched, they fell. The black skin on them lacked the sheen of the living. It was darker and almost granular. Carbonized. At least on the outside. The rest of the Numu's body couldn't be seen. Imoko looked around for High-End's head. If it survived, then he'd have to kill Bakugo, but he'd still have a champion for his fighting ring. The smoke cleared and allowed him to see Bakugo was holding it by the skin flap. Impressive, Imoko murmured. He was forced to admit that Kaken had come a long way with his control. When they were younger, Katsuki had just produced explosions. Now it appeared he could regulate the output. In this case, he'd made his explosion bigger, with help, and a hell of a lot hotter. Bakugo held up High-End's head and put his other hand behind it. Izuku knew what he was about to do. The explosion was destructive and Imoko looked down at his suit as another part of High-End splattered against him. The suit was already dusty, but now it was also covered in charcoal. He doubted it could be laundered. Your turn. Katsuki growled. He sounded happy. That's 2 you owe me for today, Imoko murmured. Arrogant fucker. Bakugo snarled, and released what was left of High-End's head as he strode towards Imoko. Small explosions appeared on his palms, but Izuku could see the strain it was causing. Kaken was getting tired. Do you really think you will survive this? Izuku asked, reaching out to suppress the explosions on Katsuki's palms. The vigilante grinned at him. That's not going to save you, Deku. He crowed, triumphantly. Apparently Bakugo hadn't been lying when he'd earlier said it wouldn't work. He had learned some new tricks in the last 10 years. Well, so had he. Imoko braced himself. Unlike their previous confrontation, over 10 years ago, they were about the same size now. He took 3 quick steps to close with Bakugo. The vigilante saw it, and launched small explosions which Izuku brushed off. He'd seen them before. He didn't even try to suppress the sparks there. Instead he swung his fist in, aiming to punch Katsuki. The vigilante saw it coming and dodged, lunging forward, his right arm drawn back. A right hook. Kaken hadn't changed. Izuku dodged, causing Bakugo to overreach. His hands flashed up, grabbing Katsuki's forearm and using the momentum to flip the vigilante. Instead of pulling away though, Imoku allowed himself to be pulled down so that he was pinning Bakugo. The vigilante bucked. Imoku wasn't stronger, but he had the better position. "You always lead with a right hook, Kaken," he told his old friend. That led to a particularly hard buck. It almost shook Imoku loose, but he managed to remain seated. They engaged in a limited fist fight. He hadn't managed to pin Katsuki's arms. Explosions burned Imoku, but he had felt this pain before. He'd felt it for years, every day that Bakugo bullied him. He wasn't going to be distracted now. Instead, he slammed one hand down onto Katsuki's chest and released a string of sparks. It was like a defibrillator. The shock to Kaken's heart caused him to still for a moment, his face stretched into a rictus of pain. That allowed Imoku to pin his arms. "Fucking Deki!" Katsuki managed to spit out with an impressive amount of vitriol. He tried to buck again, though the motion was weaker. Fucker couldn't win in a fair fight. Imoku rolled his shoulders, letting his weight press further into Bakugo's abdomen. He was definitely going to have burns from the explosions Katsuki had managed to hit him with. Bakugo already did. He knew there would be a hand-shaped burn over his heart. Izuku shifted forward again, punching his old friend. It was a sucker punch given that Bakugo couldn't defend himself. It felt good. Kaken snarled at him. "I know, Kaken," he told his friend. "But, do you know what the most important lesson you ever taught me was?" Izuku put his hand over Katsuki's face, careful to avoid his biting teeth. It would require another application of his quirk to make sure Bakugo died. His heart rate was probably returning to normal now. "I taught you nothing, you fucking Deku." "No, Kaken, you taught me the most important thing for anyone to learn." "What?" the vigilante demanded. Izuku leaned forward, careful not to shift his weight enough that Katsuki could buck him off. "Life isn't fair," he whispered, before letting another round of sparks attack Bakugo. This time they were in his brain. Through spark, Izuku could feel the way his sparks interacted with the currents in Katsuki's brain. He could feel the way they were interrupting them. Bakugo convulsed. It was uncontrolled. He began foaming at the mouth. It was not a pretty way to die, but then there wasn't really any pretty way to die. There were peaceful ways to die, and those that weren't so peaceful. This was not peaceful either. It felt as if Bakugo was still fighting him, but Izuku knew it was only the physical reaction. He stood up, tugging at his jacket to settle it correctly as he looked down at Kaken's body. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. There were a lot of memories running riot through his head at the moment, and he pushed them back into a semblance of order. Too many childhood memories had come to the surface now. "Goodbye, Kaken," he said softly before he looked up and around the ring. There were some small fires burning and there were bits of high-end everywhere, but the Numa was not reforming. It was dead. The place was a mess. The glass on Dabi's office was shattered and the fire villain's body had been driven into the stands by the explosions. With the noise and the exposure, the police would be here soon. Imoku reached into his jacket pocket, feeling for his phone. Thankfully it was still there. He pulled it out. It was still in working order, but he expected that. It did have a heavy-duty protective case and was hardened against electrical shocks. There were enough people with electrical quirks that such hardening had become common enough. He taped the number from memory. "Kurogiri," Imoku said, when the warp villain picked up. "Imoku," the other man greeted him. Transportation would be appreciated. Imoku didn't waste time with explanations. The faster he was out of here, the better. 2 portals, he added, remembering Dabi's underling who had been listening in. If he was still alive, then he would need to be dealt with. The corridor outside Dabi's office, and the fighting ring, Imoku gave the locations, knowing Kurogiri would know them. As expected, a portal opened in front of him. Imoku stepped forward without hesitation. He didn't look back. After all, destruction simply heralded a new beginning. And this destruction was the end of heroes. Now, he could finally say he'd won. Imoku smiled. Sensei had been right. It was about power. Now he had power. And he would use it.
That's it for today. Remember to show your support to the creator of this story if you enjoyed it. If you would like more parts of the story to be uploaded, leave a comment and subscribe to get notified when the story continues. Bye-bye for now, and I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your day.